Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Splat World Championship Summer 2023. My name is Ninehole Grains, joined by Magic 8 Ball on the call. Magic, it's been far too long since you and I have been up early to talk about, as the video put it, the world's fiercest athletes battling to see who will take this SWC.
Oh, it has been far too long indeed. I'm so glad to be up bright and early. The sun shining through my windows as we put a light onto these players that deserve the spotlight, and to make sure that the one who shines brightest is crowned champion. And 9, we've got a wonderful format for all this awesome invitational today.
We absolutely do. Those of you who've joined us for shows in the past are probably vaguely familiar, but we'll go ahead and bring up the rules here so that you all know exactly what we're going to be seeing today. The first round, like always, will be best of 3, the semifinals and the finals, best of 5. The game modes are going to be a little different this time. Each set is going to be in a set rotation of Splat zones, tower control, Rainmaker, Clam Blitz, and then back onto the top to Splat zones. This rotation will not change, and every set will be played in order to keep this rotation. Each team submits 3 stages for every game mode. We have a wonderful map list today that was chosen by these players. Every match, once a stage will be randomly chosen from the stages that both teams have submitted. Once a stage is chosen, the stage cannot be chosen again for the rest of the set. And once all the stages have been used within a single set, we will reset the stage choices. We'll go ahead and quickly pull up the map pool as well here so you know approximately what we are going to be seeing in today's action here. Not too many frustrating picks here, Magic. I would say that the players getting to choose their own map list has given us a pretty fine look here in this championship format.
Oh, of course. There's only really a few points that players might feel like they have to really fight back and claw back their way out of, and that is probably on a couple of the tighter maps, and we'll go more in depth into those in a bit once we reach them.
We're going to go ahead and bring you a little analysis about our very first set because players are getting into the lobby. You all know in these championship formats when the Japanese community comes over, they like things to be very efficient. So we are going to have to stall too long for you, folks. We've got New Situation and Crush Soda at the front, but I mean, God, protagonist, killer, Thanos. You can't come up with a title for Melon that hasn't already been given, Magic, and this roster is unbelievable.
These players, not for lack of a better term, but to stay consistent with the vocabulary, they have been dominant. And Rusu, Melon, Ryukun, and Ku are names that, if you've been around the block before, you know these players. But for those of you who do not, Rusu and Melon and Ryukun have been in these competitions, these high-level, international-level competitions, since we've been running them. I mean, they don't stop showing up, and they will keep showing up after this because they are that consistent.
You know, it's kind of unbelievable here. Ku, the first player to be top 4 in all X-rank modes in Splatoon 2. Then you have Ryukun, the first player to hit 3,000 XP in Splatoon 2. And then we have Melon, who ended up having the highest X power and the only player in the world who has hit 4,000 XP in Splatoon 3. And then, oh yeah, you have the captain of the most dominant Splatoon team of all time in the former Pixio Monster roster in Rusu. I mean, if it sounds like we're going crazy here, let's go ahead and pass it over to Crush Soda. Because, again, we got to give some props here to the team representing North America. And this is a championship caliber roster as well, with a lot of incredibly strong players who can bring the speed, Magic.
Oh, of course. Let's not forget Mr. 3000 himself, Zero, helming this champion roster. And a couple of, we won't call them upstarts, they've been around the block at this point in terms of being at the top of the North American circuits, of the North American leagues. They have definitely shown that they can contend and that they are bent to be here. But this is their first time on a stage like this, and so we're going to have to see if they can bring anything interesting to the table, specifically Wave, who is going to be contending with Ryukun on these ranged firefights.
And let's actually go ahead and move into that conversation, because Magic, you and I have been chatting here. We woke up at a bright, brisk, and early 3 a.m. to begin our conversations here between the two of us. And the first thing that you brought up was the rise of the backliner in the current meta. I believe the word that you used was vogue, to have a nice little piece of vocabulary here to start. But let's talk a little bit about it, because Rusu, a flex player, but someone who is most certainly known for his Jet Squelcher play in Splatoon 2. Pretty versatile. A lot of players, of course, can play that. But as you noted, Wave, a Charger player, and one of the best Charger players that our region has to offer here. Talk to me a little bit about what you've seen in terms of what backlines have looked like in this modern era of Splatoon.
So, a couple of changes, some new kits rolling out, and overall a shift in the general speed of play because of that has seen a rise in these more ranged players, not only coming to fruition, but also reinvigorating themselves, right? 4 months ago, we saw these backline players in the Western scene switch off of those ranged options in favor of the short range, in favor of more special-oriented gameplay. But instead, now we are seeing them back on their main picks that they like to play, and they, particularly because of the rise of ballpoint splatling and the cooler meta, and because of the buff Stank Jet, but then the switch to Charger to counteract that, and so the full cycle coming full circle, now most teams are running these. So, the interesting thing about this entire conversation is that Rusu likes to play Jet Squelcher, which is the one thing that we haven't seen in the Western scene in probably 6 months. So, there's cycles, and the reason that I use the term in vogue is because it all comes back around eventually.
Everybody changing things up, trying to stay one step ahead. Another conversation we'll have, I'm sure, as this tournament goes on. The last SWC, we hadn't really picked up fully, and admittedly there was a buff in between, but on the NZAP and the Tacticooler, certainly a weapon that changes the dynamic drastically of what these matches are going to look like. But folks, we've got only a couple seconds before we get started, and it is battle time as we move into our championship season, folks. A lot of great Splatoon to be played in the coming months, and it starts right now. Our very first matchup, New Situation versus Crush Soda. Let's take a look at the lineups. That Jet Squelcher is out, as well as those classic custom dualies and the pencil magic out from Wave.
Oh, we see the pencil bright and early, and I very much appreciate it. The fact that we're going to be seeing the Tacticooler from a ranged perspective so that they can put on the pressure while also being useful and farming those special points. But we see before that special can even get utilized, 2 members of Crush Soda are down and out for the count. Going to be pushing in is New Situation, but this Tacticooler is going to revitalize them, refresh, and hopefully get them a push back in, but they have to chew through that ink vac first.
Yep, chew through the ink back, and of course the members of New Situation were Tacticoolered up themselves. So frustrating when you get 3 down and get functionally nothing for it because they were coming back through. Wave did take down Melon there, and with another one going down, they are going to lose control, and it will be a take back here from Crush Soda in the blue, despite what you might think given their name. It is New Situation that is in the orange as we go to Mahi here. Some scrambling here at the fight. They weren't really able to take any sort of major stranglehold again. The Tacticooler loop favoring New Situation as they got through, and now once again New Situation has the opportunity to push.
The interesting thing is that Goss is on that slosher with the triple ink strike, which is one of the only ways to actually get the ink vac displaced. Everything else just gets sucked right up. But if they can utilize that special to distract or disrupt, then it can be a little bit less effective, but you see just overwhelming pressure on the zone, and the time is ticking down, 9.
Yep, this is really getting to a point that they've tried to push in from this side, and I was going to say, they've put Crab Tanks up to try to break through, but when Crab Tank is getting a range pick and that's your only option, it doesn't bode well for you. Just 10 more seconds. They have worked their way through. Somebody was winning the fight of their life. I believe it was Goss. Can they paint in time? They're moving forward and get it just in time. A few more seconds and they would have lost that game. So great work from whoever was still fighting at the zone. We, of course, had a look away from it here. And now finally, with a little bit of gumption, Crush Soda is going to move forward here and try to hunt down this final wayward player. Not able to do it is Goss. And now once again, Melon putting pressure on the opponent, has the Trizuka as well. Dancing with Zero, 2 of the best shooter players in the world. Zero's actually going to get the better of him there with an assist from Goss. They need to push forward here and have done it. Fantastic job of Zero holding position and letting some assistance come through rather than trying to take that fight.
That's the difference between the the good and the best is that they let the assistants come through. But if any wayward player was to be struggle being found, it is definitely Melon, the sharpshooter of this roster, being absolutely surgical in the movements and the pressure. And something I really want to point out is the speed at which you're going to see new situation play. Not only are their fingers moving just a little bit quicker, it seems like, from what we could see on this camera, but they also understand how to position themselves quicker, how to get out of scary situations just like that quicker. But Crush Soda is finally on the offensive, finally have a little bit of a stranglehold themselves to maybe try and finally choke out their opposition.
Yeah, the one thing is, they don't really have a great retake special here. Melon's going to make some Hail Mary shots, and if you don't know who you're shooting at, that's not going to come through. And now things are going to get interesting because, well, I say that too, go down and they immediately lose the zone. I'm shutting up. That's a delayed wipe here. Man, this game moves awful quick. Good God!
That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm trying to warn you about.
They were all up at one point there. They had just fired their range special. Nobody went down. I'm like, well, okay, surely they can't just drop down and kill all four. And yeah, as it turns out, they can.
That's the difference, quite honestly. That right there is the difference. Finding these crazy angles from up during those angles. But speaking of angles, they're going to need to find an angle on the zone, not able to get there fast enough and neutralize in time. Looks a little blue, but the game counted it first. That's a knockout going to new situation. Best of 3 is very gruesome and very, very punishing. That first one going towards the Japanese players who know this mode very well, Vinay.
Yeah, and I would say that Crush Soda really had some strong chances in that game. Again, when they had the opposing team pushed out, new situation, I will again note to everybody, did not have a true retake special. We are so used to seeing people put a crab on one side, use that crab to identify where one player is, and then fire at another, try to push 2 people around, and then jump in on top of it. That isn't really an option that New Situations Comp had in that game. And yet, again, it didn't matter. We were honed in on a couple players there, so we couldn't see the entirety of how they came back in, but they simply dropped down. 2 people went down almost immediately. And admittedly, part of that is a Mahi zones problem here. Again, there's only so many spots that you can sit to try to jump on the opponent or counteract their attack when they drop down, but my oh my, I'm still just kind of taken away by that. And I want to talk a little bit about a point that I brought up earlier, because I imagine that we're certainly going to see it as we move into our next game mode. The Tacticooler and what it has done. We could talk forever about what the Tacticooler has brought forward, but I want to particularly hone in on a playstyle change that is brought out, and something that Kyo noted actually on Twitter, where he said, poor Tetras, you know, the famous weapon that was happy to jump in, take a million fights and die every time, its role has just been taken over by Tacticooler. And in that game, we saw a rotation of Melon and Ryukun on those custom dually squelchers, running at the opponent's spawn, dying, maybe even trading, and then getting back into the fight because they were able to jump back in quicker than the opponent. It's something that we saw so often at the start of the game with those Tetras. We have seen it with the Wiper. We have seen it occasionally with the Ink Brush as well. It's something now that almost every weapon has the ability to do, provided that your Tacticoolers are placed properly.
It's so interesting too, because there's a lot of nuance to this, right? Especially with the whole Tetra comparison. But in reality, it's very true. You know, using that Tacticooler to reset everything and get you a spot to jump back in, and then using something like the Tentabrella that we're going to be seeing from Chikashi, spoiler alert, and then the custom dually squelcher, both of those have the Squid Beacon, the sub, so they can instantly find themselves back onto their ground and reset very, very quickly, and all of a sudden this cascading snowball of constant people in your way that you have to fight through, and they're not taking any fallback from it. They're not getting punished for it really at all. And it's so interesting too, because Ryukun and Melon are the best players for this, right? They can take the most advantage of because they're moving so quick, because not only do they understand how to play around one another, but Ryukun on this floating playstyle with the dually squelchers that can easily close the distance and also kite back, the high mobility alongside the absolute slaughter that Melon can bring on. And it's like, what do you do, especially on a map that is as tight as Mahi Mahi? As I was saying earlier, that is one of the maps that can really be so tough to move around on because of all the barriers and because of the unpaintables and because of the water on the sides. You get so stuck. And then there's just not a lot of places for you to try and make those moves, try and make that space.
Well, you say not a lot of places there, and that's the old meme about Splatoon 3 stages and the way that they end up being played. It's true to a certain extent. You really only have a few different choke points and ways to come in. And if you need to displace the opponent to get them out of one of those checkpoints, you can use a special to try to kill them, or you can tacticooler and super soldier up your own steroid player to go forward, fight people, and then they have to immediately tend to it. And that gives you a little breathing room. That, for a number of reasons, of course, has many more benefits to building up a special. Notably, any player can do it, because once you grab the tacticooler, you are that super soldier. And you aren't as reliant on everybody building up specials, and then you can start waving in your own specials on top of that. So it's opened up a lot in this game. I think that the tacticooler, and I would wager most people agree, has become a very good thing and a healthy thing for the game itself. And I think that it's now given a lot of weapons a little bit more life than they may have had before. That's not to say that there aren't still the conventional meta picks that are strongest at the top, but I mean, the pencil wouldn't be seeing any play whatsoever if it didn't have tacticooler, right? Like, there's that. Then there are weapons that get a little bit stronger because of the tacticooler. And as long as it's strong, I think any weapon with it is going to at least have a look.
And people wonder, well, how did it get to this point, right? But in reality, it was always theorized from the moment that it was even released on Twitter. The first look that we saw, we thought, wow, this thing is going to be good. Then it was kind of underwhelming. We kind of saw some use, fell off a little bit, and then it got some silent buffs here and there, and all of a sudden it's in this state where now it can be grabbed from super far away, it lasts for super long, and it can get charged pretty easily. And all of these things combined alongside a shift in playstyles and mentality and kits means that it now has the options to fully take advantage and make use of all of these buffs that it got. And so we saw the shift. And it's not, like you said, it's not a bad thing. It's just a fluctuation now where we're seeing the rise and potentially the peak, because it does so much for not only, the pace of like players being alive, but it also does a lot for the pace of the special economy. And I think that's something that kind of gets overlooked. When you go down with tacticooler, all of your special meter is retained. That means that you don't lose out on any of your special for going down. You can jump right back in and instantly pop another special. You don't get punished for that. And so because of that, you're able to put out a lot more specials. You're able to make not only go down quickly and come back up, but then you're able to instantly take back that space that you might have lost for going down for that split second. And so it's very hard to break through, but like you said, if you can just get on the edge of that cycle, all of a sudden you're starting that snowball.
And you bring up such a great point about the special economy and how it changes it, because really everything that we're kind of tiptoeing around here is that it changes the risk reward. It skews the risk reward drastically in favor of your team. And if you all aren't familiar with it at this point, Splatoon 3 is a game where we die a lot. A lot. You look at the death counters in this game versus what it would be in Splatoon 2. We're not counting Splatoon 1 because, come on, if you were there, you know what ability we ran at the time and why we all died a billion. But when you compare it to Splatoon 2, we all die a lot. It's a matter of maps. It's a matter of many, many things that go together to create that soup that we call dying a lot. But the point of the matter is, anything that you can do to skew those deaths and the risk reward of those deaths into your favor is going to give you a better position. In the olden days of, 4 months ago, that was done by having one weapon be your big distraction, be your big engagement, your opener, your AoE, or, your Tetra that goes in, jumps a lot, and dies a lot. Those of you who watched the last Splatoon World Championship know what Mashu was able to do every time. Run forward, fight 3 people, die, but now everybody knows where your entire team is. They've all been pushed back fighting the Tetra. That was a way that you would skew the risk reward in your team's favor. You would simply stack all of your deaths onto one player, and it worked over and over and over again. Now, there are more creative and innovative ways to approach it in terms of who dives in once they have the tactical or what level of special they have. And it's one of the other reasons why, to your point, Magic, things that people aren't talking about, why the splatter shot has become so powerful. Yes, the main weapon got a buff. Yes, of course, everybody knows at this point the Trizooka is a functioning special now because of its buff. But more than anything, now you can dive forward with that. Then, as you noted, Magic, jump back in, throw a bomb, shoot for a couple of seconds. And now you have, in the perfect position, mind you, because you'll probably have jumped to your anchor, a Trizooka that you are using to then follow up with the additional wave of how your opponent or of how your teammates have pushed in. So it's just all fit together. It's really made the game, I'll say, a little more difficult to commentate in terms of keeping pace, but you can see why all of these teams have opted to utilize that and why all the Splattershot players across the world are so happy.
And you're going to see it, like, I believe 6 out of the 8 teams listed had as an NZAP player. Like, a NZAP player who only had 1 or 2 other weapons listed. All of them. It's just such a pertinent and prominent way to make that super easy moving forward. Speaking of moving forward, we're gonna have to see how they move forward the tower on Museum, because this is going to be one where we start to see those backlines, I am sure.
We will see Museum d'Alfonsino, a very, very fun tower control map, I would say. You have so many avenues to attack the opposing defense. Once you get it past that second checkpoint, the spinner becomes a bloodbath, so these are taking a little while to get locked in. Ryukun, the first to get locked in here. Have to imagine he's going to stick with his dually squelchers, and why not? Been one of the few players that's truly been able to pilot those at a high level. But we have seen this particular map mode in this format a lot. Players will go ahead and jump up, put crabs up on the spinner area to attack there, rotate around. The burst bomb gives them great mobility. We'll see if either of these teams are going to go double crab, because that's what really gives the stability for the big, big, long pushes on this map. Again, players taking a little time to decide, though. I think there are conversations being had.
That's also because, and this is something that is also something that rises from a cooler meta, there are a lot of options. In terms of special usage, we see the Ink Vac being used a little bit more often now. We see the Super Chumps after their recent buffs, but we also see everything that we saw before, the Crabs, the Zukas, the Ink Jets, the Trip Strikes. There's so many things to consider, and that's part of what is making Splatoon such an interesting and fascinating game to watch right now. And we are going to see not sticking with the custom dually squelchers, but instead opting for the Nautilus, which is something I was not expecting to see today, but I feel like we're going to be seeing it a lot.
Another weapon that got a lot of love. Again, we certainly know what it's capable of, as Melon immediately runs into 3 of the opposing players to try to make some magic happen. Not quite able to make it happen here at the start, as the first crab is going to try to make some space. But that Nautilus, again, because there are so many weapons now that can create space, the Nautilus doesn't want to be fired upon. No weapon really wants to be fired upon, but the Nautilus doesn't have a ton of answers for those scenarios. So when you have different weapons that can take the pressure off, it really allows this weapon to do exactly what it wants to do, which is this right here. Jump forward, push opponents back, go ahead and get yourself tacticalered up here, jump with your buddy Melon as you continue to hold that charge forever, and it is getting dangerous. Magic, that second checkpoint already gone.
We're playing a little bit passive, and because of that, gonna have to try and take back this tower from a very far push. Wave using this snipe rider to keep them at an arm's length, but the members of his team going down pretty swiftly. This fall off could be very dangerous. It's a player that knows how to pilot it very well. The Thunder seems to be putting some work down on the other side. Zero joining him. Wave holding down this high ground. And that is how you push these players back.
Yep, at least having, again, the patience to simply know that your laser being there will be enough to dissuade them from simply wantonly moving forward. There is a nice little bit of fall off. Hey, these players know a thing or two about it as well. as we will once again see, I think that's like the third ink vac that Russo has put up in the middle of this push here, simply painting back infamously a player who had 11 Tenta missiles and 2,000 pain in one game back in Splatoon 2. And now, suddenly, we're breaking through on the other side. Eventually, you knew that people were going to get up there. The Snipe Rider, once again, is going to try to make something happen and does sneak through with the help of Zero. But they were tacked up. That means they're going to keep fighting. Now, Ryukun has gotten up to this side that we warned you about in the start. This final checkpoint, you can consider the point of no return, and they will hold on to it for the time being. Melon is going to be a nuisance and fight away. It gets 2 people, actually, and it's still a threat right now. They're not going to be able to move up to the center for free right now, as Poor Wave is going to try to make some magic happen. But no, this man cannot be stopped.
Melon showing exactly what his plan was, and we saw it at the beginning of this game. He went diving towards the back line, diving towards the high ground, because he knows he can overtake it just with his movement alone. And this is legitimately the difference I was talking about. The trip strikes are coming through, though, trying to dissuade them, trying to keep them off the tower. But like you said, the point of no return has been crossed. The sloshes are trying to come through, barely able to put a stop, and not before some members of Crush Soda go down. And this is a final push from New Situation. Like we said at the beginning, dominant.
This was the 1 seed for a reason here. This team absolutely chewed through Area Cup number 3 of the tournament that they ended up winning in order to get here. We told you at the front, we can't tell you anything about these players. There are no more accolades to give them. They've accomplished everything there is to accomplish in this game. When they're firing on all cylinders, that's what it looks like. That's how frustrating it can be. You get 3 players down, and on the other side of the tactical loop, you got 3 of them down. They weren't able to immediately jump back in, but the last one's Melon. And if you can't take care of Melon quickly, he will make you pay. You have to deal with him at a certain point. And I say you have to as if it's not maybe the most difficult job in the history of Splatoon. Deal with Melon. Okay, yeah, sure. How many armies do I get in order to do this? But we said that that is a very, very scary map to play tower control on for that exact reason. You just lose track of the players here. They have so many options as they're attacking you. And, you know, a tip of the cap to Crush Soda for making it here and putting up a good fight. It's just tough, man. Defending in Splatoon 3 is not an easy task.
Definitely not. And they looked a lot more confident in the Mahi game, right? They seemed like they had their wits about them. They were trying to go for plays. They were helping one another. I think they were a little bit more disconnected in that match, which it seemed like it was a lack of confidence. Whereas all of a sudden you saw Melon going for these wild plays, and there was just definitely a mismatch in their energy levels. It seemed like Crush Soda not quite up to the task of, you know, defeating 4 superhumans. But overall, strong showing. Definitely showed why they can contend, especially in that first game, but tower control can run away from you.
Yeah, it's almost difficult to really even gather thoughts about how that tower control game goes, because that's tower control in a nutshell. As long as the other team is not, again, wently throwing themselves at you, giving you 2 and 3 down situations, they're going to be able to reload a lot, especially if there's patience from their tactical player to ride the tower, paint around tower, continue putting it through, and Rusu saving those 3 ink vacs for the exact right times to stabilize when Crush Soda decided to dive on top of the tower. It's advantage attacker, and as long as everybody plays their cards right, you're going to have more and more opportunities to push deep into the opposing area. So again, as dominant as that game looks, and it was a dominant game, you have to still look, I think, at the Splat Zone's Mahi game to get a better look for how these teams matched up against each other, where Crush Soda was able to take a few moments where they had the initiative, they had a lockout situation forced, and you know, whether through, you know, intuitiveness or bravery of diving back in at right times, they were able to push their way back through and do it. Again, I use the term artisans and butchers. Sometimes you got to be the butcher. Sometimes you got to dive back in, and you can't make a big set play moment. It simply takes too long. And, you know, the speed of callouts is too slow for us. So certainly the speed of building 4 specials is too slow for us. But Again, we want to thank Crush Soda here, getting second place in the SWC qualifier to make it to this event, getting matched up against the top team in round 1. It's not an easy task for anybody, especially in a best of 3, but their day is done. New situation will move on to play against the winner of what I believe is our next set. We have our very first Australia-New Zealand representative, the Greasy Goblins, as this becomes a true SWC. We have representatives from North America, from Europe, from Japan, and now from Australia and New Zealand. The Greasy Goblins qualified here in OCE Cup #1 Magic. And, we got a fast-paced caveman little strategy here on this weapon composition.
I'm not going to lie to you. When I looked at this slide this morning, I saw Nex's list of weapons, and I did not even think to consider that a sploosh was going to be on this card. I thought that was a splash. I legitimately did. And I appreciate, and I know the sploosh fans out there are going to feel this one in their hearts. I appreciate the fact that he felt the confidence to put that out there. And if you can show me that a good sploosh player can beat any splatter shot, I would love to see that happen. I feel like he's going to be playing a lot of NZAP. But Nex is going to be definitely the player to watch in this set.
We have an update, and a big update at that. As it turns out, Museum d'Alfonsino Tower Control was not in that map list there. There was some confusion amongst the players what could be picked. So we are going back, folks, into that last set. Everything in the last 5 minutes that I said about these two teams, you can just totally revisionist history it. And they have found a way to get a third game here, folks. The tower control maps that are available are Hagglefish. We've got tower control on Inkblot, of course, Sturgeon Shipyard, and Mako Mart. So there is not a Museum d'Alfonsino tower control pick that is possible. And therefore, the TOs have decided that we will replay the second game of the last set. So, Crush Soda, you have been given a new lease on life, my friends. Let's see what you're going to be able to do with it.
Now, this is making a lot more sense why they seemed so unconfident during that last game. I was like, it really shocked me to see the shocking difference in play. It didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I was very concerned when I saw those first few seconds. I was very. It gave me a visceral feeling in my stomach. But this is why slip-ups happen. As someone who has played in tournaments, who has been at the helm of controlling these lobbies, slip-ups always happen. It's very fortunate that we are in a very controlled environment where we have a lot of time to redo these games if concerns or issues like this arise. And the players obviously are probably willing to go through with it, seeing that it was a mistake, and they have agreed to do this. So everything's cool. Everything's good. They're going to make sure that they play on even terms, and that's what the spirit of competition is all about.
Yeah, I mean, if you're feeling confident here, worst case scenario, this is now another game for you to get warmed up if you are the higher seed here. Get things rolling, and now it'll be, again, up to if you're just joining us here from the rule set perspective. Quarterfinals randomly chosen from selection pool by the tournament staff. Only one map can be seen once in a single matchup, so the counterpick rule is not in effect, which means it wasn't a matter of a team choosing that. It was more that it was chosen again by the TOs who may not have had the communication in terms of where they wanted that to go there. But again, folks, language barriers. There are 4 or 5 languages being represented between all of these teams here, so this does happen. So we're going to get to go back and see these teams again. There's going to be a real option now for Crush Soda to get their bearings. Everything that we said about how difficult it is to play a best of 3 here, your first set against the top seed, absolutely no time to get things figured out. Well, you've now been given an opportunity to get things figured out on the other side. So we'll see. I'll be curious if the Snipe Rider stays out right now. It might just be in your prep. You want to stick with it. You know what the team needs, but you kind of saw in that moment, Magic, where we saw all that fall off and Wave diligently held position, kept the laser pointed at the tower. Dissuading people from getting on the tower was really all that weapon was able to do in that position. And I wonder at a certain point if there isn't a better way to get your Tacticooler, find a way to push through from there, and have Wave on a weapon that can be more immediately threatening.
Exactly. You want to see things like the E-Leader show up because not only do you have a threat, you also have a consequence, which is important when dealing with children, which is what I've learned recently, and we can get into that. But having a threat and then a consequence to go with it is very important for actually enforcing your distance, to make sure that that behavior is learned by the enemy players. They need something a little bit more threatening on that backline, and I hope to see the E-Leader come through. Maybe it's not in their prep, like you mentioned. Maybe this is just what they're going to stick with, but switching one of those players around to an NZAP, maybe instead of the Splash-O-Matic, and then putting Wave back on that aggressive backline could be good. Mako Mart is on the map list. Tower control, we are going right back, and this is going to be an interesting spot for Goss. Beyond that Slosher, who he's stuck with all day so far. It's going to be interesting. I think that he can make some work with it.
Want to take a little moment here to shout out the entire team that put these together. Suryu, Wami, you can see Antariska, and SWC Oda. Putting these types of graphics together, you gotta love it. These were not originally in English, folks. These were made for the Japanese audience and then adapted to be there for all of you. But this is the good stuff. We've got the Sheldon's picks down there, the cute little KO rates on the other side, as well as some nice building block talking points, controlling the left platform, capturing the right platform. The elevated grounds and the tower paths are key points of both offense and defense. It's such good stuff here. If you are new to Splatoon and have decided to wake up at 5 a.m. to watch this, you know, first of all, kudos. Welcome to the family. We love you. But also, it's so nice to have nice graphics like this. This looks like it belongs in the game, Magic. I could see this hanging up in ammo nights on the back. They have captured the aesthetic perfectly.
And that's, I think, the real difference between... Earlier yesterday, I was doing...
I couldn't let you get away with
I
that.
know, I had to correct. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I've slept. Earlier, I was doing a commentary for a different game, and the dynamic is completely different. But speaking of dynamic, we're going to get back into this very dynamic set. This is Crush Soda versus New Situation. It is 1-0. We are on tower control, and Goss switched to Blaster, and Wave is on Ballpoint? Hold on, this is a whole new game.
Yeah, you talk about a shift, a very dynamic shift. Earlier, we were talking about the threat and why you might have Wave switch to something else. Sometimes the threat is greater than the execution. It's one of my favorite quotes, Magic. But the important word, the operative, is sometimes. Most of the time, you still need the threat to be more scary, or the execution rather, to be more scary than the threat itself. And if you want to talk about an immediate threat, a blaster chasing your tower, that's been an immediate threat for the entirety of this game's history. As finally, well, no, I should say, I thought they had a little bit of breathing room, but it turns out Tacticooler says no to that one too. And they already are through that first checkpoint, and it might get dangerous once again.
And this is such a dangerous combination because you see exactly what their game plan is. Cooler, vacuum, cooler, vacuum, and they're going to consistently do this and make sure that every time they might get thrust upon by the enemy team, there's a vac sucking up all of their shots to prevent any movement from happening. They completely lock them down just to build up another cooler and then build up another vacuum. And it is impressive that they have stopped them for this minute, because if I was faced with this, it would be curtains already. It would have been a KO 40 seconds ago.
Wave 1 survived. Now you've got to survive the rest of the game. 90 seconds of this game are already gone. Goss actually getting 2 down there and almost getting Rusu as well. I think Rusu took a hit, so Thunder's going to try to jump on top here. They are not going to be able to reach. Rusu moving back just in time and using the teammate's jump to bait the scenario. I think it was Melon jumping in, and yep, who else? Melon got 2 on that side, and Buddy Rusu there to close it out as well. My gosh, how nice is it to be able to have the bait that the opponents are going to shoot at be Melon. Melon lands safely. Now you've got the loop. You've got 4 specials now that you're pushing out here. You survive wave 1, Crush Showed, but wave 2 looking a little scarier.
And it's so unfortunate because I think they were planning on those bombs to really secure that jump, but they did not. And now Melon is running amok in their base, jumping back to the tower with the quick thinking. There's only a Trizuka standing in their path, but Zero decides to jump forward. And now they just have to try and throw bombs and hope and pray, but this vacuum is sucking away all of their chances.
Down into the single digits, a wipeout will finally get the job done. There's no way to permutate your way around that, and Goss immediately moving forward on left drop down there. This is the speed that we wanted to see from this team. Zero moving through as well, and Wave now in a good spot. Zero does get Melon, but Melon took out another in the process there. And again, that slight disconnection is going to be their undoing here. The tower hasn't even gotten back to the center, and already this push has fallen apart.
It fell apart because of their positioning. Quite honestly, you saw Zero move towards the right, try and prep that Trizuka shots, and you saw Goss go towards the left and try and camp where they would be dropping from that high ground, but instead they got collapsed on, surrounding that bubble. And even though a Trizuka shot could send it the other way and at least trade out Goss, it wasn't for anything because Zero just went down right afterwards, and now we're in the same situation we saw a minute ago.
This Trizuka could end the game right here. A few more points in Inkvac. Every special on the tower for new situation. Cressota survives wave 1 and wave 2, but wave 3 simply too much. No bonus to be collected from Mr. Grizz this time. And a different map, a different time, and about 5 minutes later, we have the same outcome. New situation, getting it done once again, and Magic once again in dominant fashion.
And I appreciate that new situation did not just say, oh, well, we played it out, we're good, c'est la vie. No, they went back, they made sure it was on even ground, they made sure they met Crush Soda where Crush Soda would have met them, and they got back and made sure to make a point that they are the better team in this situation. They have severely convinced me of that now.
And one small moment there that I want to kind of highlight, because the nice thing about this map list is that most of our viewing audience is very familiar with it, okay? So let's talk about what really broke open that final push for the members of New Situation. Yes, they had already gotten past 2 checkpoints. That certainly makes that final push all the stronger. But there was a moment when they were moving up to the left plat. The tower, as we all know, carries you over there. They have 2 people on the tower. One of them is their end zap. One of them is their backline there from Rusu on the Jet Squelcher. Rusu is the one that jumps forward onto the opposing plat. I don't know how many of you, well, I would wager most of you aren't going to be running a Jet Squelcher, period. But Rusu being up there signals to me that they know that even if they would rather have a different weapon in that spot, somebody needs to be there. That's part of the formula for how this push goes. And then, as that fight is going on, they've rotated Melon over. They've got the right players attacking in the spot that they want. Now they'll have a different person move over there. Rusu goes back over to the tower at that point and uses the Inkvac on the tower for the knockout blow. But again, this is all opened because they realized, okay, we have to have somebody on left plat here, but we want to make sure that our Tacticooler is on the tower so that anybody jumping here can grab the Tacticooler. I know it sounds so simple when you say it like that, but in the heat of the moment, to put a weapon that can get pushed away from an attacking position pretty easily up into that position, again, shows that they understand what the winning move is at the right time. They just want somebody there. They trust that that person can do the job at least good enough to get their true formula and the way that they want to attack through. It's great stuff, and that little microcosm, I think, shows you why these players have been so dominant. They do the right thing most of the time, even if it's not always perfect. You don't need the perfect answer every time. You just need a good one.
And it's not just the fact of like, oh, I'm in the right spot. It's no, that right spot is constantly changing, and I am adapting to the flow of the match as that correct spot is changing. And that is the key difference, is being able to see, not only see theoretically where they're supposed to be in constantly changing positions, but following that in the heat of the moment and adapting to not only the enemy team, but your own team, to the special counters. and tossing all of that around in your mind and spitting out the right answer that consistently. So perfect. But we are getting right back into the action. I believe the Greasy Goblins and Jackpot have been very at the ready. They're going right into this one.
Only a couple players left to get into the lobby here. We talked a lot about Greasy Goblins earlier. We got to give some love here to Jackpot. We're assuming that we're going to get to give them a lot of love over the course of this set, but just take a look right here. The Zone number 1, Mode Cup number 3 won, and a rare top 4 finish in an Area Cup for a team not from Japan. Folks, you can count on one hand the number of teams who have done that in the history of Splatoon 2 and 3, okay? It is an exclusive club right here, and Jared switching over to the NZAP has unlocked a new height for this team. We were talking a little bit about what they did in the previous SWC when they were also favored to move past and maybe even make it to the finals of it. They were still running double crab. They were still running double machine. You take a look right here. There ain't a double crab in this weapon pool here, Magic.
It's a very fluid composition now. They are not only adapting, but they are also pushing. And that's something that I think is really important to talk about. This tournament makes sure that teams not only push each other, but push the game to its absolute limits. And almost every time we see something new, we see something that hadn't been done before, at least not in the same ways. As we saw earlier with Melon just flying towards people. It's very different play. And because of that, because they're so ahead, that's what we're going to get. But Jackpot versus Greasy Goblins. Jackpot probably the favorite here, but I'm very curious to see what this Greasy Goblins roster can come up with. We're going to get into Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, this is, I mean, if you were a fan of the Greasy Goblins and the Australian contingency to make this happen, you want to see this mode. You want Rainmaker out because this was the favorite listed mode for the Greasy Goblins. And I'll tell you, next, a player who got to 2,900 XP in Splatoon 2 X rank, mind you, with a sploosh. I mean, there's been all kinds of jokes all over about sploosh on Rainmaker. You simply go with the speed here. If you've been around long enough, you know some of those jokes. I won't rehash them, but all the teams were asked what their favorite mode was, what they wanted to play. The Greasy Goblins put down Rainmaker. If you're going to dethrone a giant and score one of the biggest upsets in this game's history, this is the mode you want to do it on. And let's dive in, take a look right now. Of course, Jared going to be on that NZAP. On the other side, we got some shooters. Not, however, going to be the sploosh. You called it earlier, probably going to be the NZAP, and that is what Nex has brought to the table.
It's just consistent, and especially on Rainmaker, having that speed buff is very important and nice and consistent with the Rainmaker being able to utilize it. But we're going to be seeing if they can even get this cooler out, because Nex is in a bit of a compromising position. Now the Inkjet's going to be able to probably camp this landing. Going to be getting shot at a couple of times here, but Nex still standing. Be able to use that dive forward, at least trade out. But that checkpoint is broken down, and Jackpot is mounting a push with Madness at the helm of that slosher. Very important on this map mode, being able to hit over those ledges.
Yep, and that positioning of the tactical there meant that none of the other members of Greasy Goblins were able to get it here, so they have diligently held their positions here. They've used their specials and their bombs to try to stop it right at this part, but they're not going to have a ton of resources outside of that. They've managed to push forward and take down their opponent. Need to be careful not to send too many down to this Rainmaker, and none of them go down. So an astounding defense there. Really the only thing that you can say bad is that they lost their checkpoint at that area. Stopping at 50, certainly not a winning push on this map mode.
No, definitely not. They're going to be having to put up this defense around this elbow area, which is somewhat easy to do, but if there's a right combination of specials, all of a sudden, Q goes down, and they're looking a little bit worse for wear. 60 points. They get through the checkpoint, gonna have to take a little bit of a breather, not put on the gas too hard. Next, gonna kite back, try and keep the paint in the middle of the map as the teammates respawn, but overall solid. They were able to push back.
Yeah, you saw that Link there was sort of caught in no man's land with that machine. Ideally, they would be leading the charge around the corner or identifying where the opponent is and throwing sloshes up there. Really, because of the way that that push broke down, wasn't able to contribute, I'm sure, in the way that they would have liked to do. So that's where it started to break down. But I think Leafy there actually went down to a wayward bomb or something. We didn't really even see what it was, so they need to be careful here, not feed to Q, but they've actually done a pretty good job of holding this, but maybe dropping down a little too far into the waiting arms of madness, and suddenly this just went from a neutral position all the way to a threatening push. This is danger zone. They have to dive down to try to stop it here, and that's because it has gotten all the way down to 5 as this so often plays. The threat is not yet gone. There's still 3 members up on the map for Jackpot. They're going to try to push forward here. They're going to have to fight through a Tacticooler and just waiting for somebody to grab it, daring them to, and punishing them in the hardest of ways.
And this is honestly such a good position to be in Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, because Rainmaker is a mode where you can play defense very consistently. Obviously, one push is all it takes, which is very scary, but understanding that you have such a deep push means that you can kite back, you can play the paint game, and you can make sure to force the hand of the enemy. And if you can play around that correctly, all of a sudden they're going to start feeding into your paint, and that's when things get a little too out of control, as you see the wipeout already from Jackpot.
Yeah, a cute little splat bomb there by Madness to break that down. You saw they had a member push forward, and they had their Trizooka as well. Madness with the slosher doing the one thing you do when somebody throws out a Trizooka on an open pathway. I'm just going to bomb it here, and you can see the bombs now moving forward here, kind of looking for targets with this, and they're actually going to opt to spin it back the other way. I guess they decide they don't have the footing here to make this push, or they simply are banking on Greasy Goblins diving at them here, and why not? The Greasy Goblins do have to dive. Let's just melt a little clock and wait for them to hand us a victory. Q, the watchful eye, attacking on this side. They're waiting out specials magic, and man, Jackpot not feel impressed at all to make a play. They are happy to let this one run out as the team tries to dive and make a miracle happen.
This is their win condition. Bleed that clock down, as we've seen on many important Rainmaker Humpback matches. They're just going to try and bait out specials until they find a good time to push, and Jared dives forward, pushing that lead even further down to 3 points remaining, getting to the foot of the pedestal, and basically have to knock that out in return, which is almost impossible to do against something like a slosher, against the team that is as consistent as Jackpot, with the paint in mid to keep them back, with the Rainmaker in a bit of a precarious situation, and with all of the technical skill to make sure that the players cannot face them. This is no, there's almost zero chance of breaking out of this.
Zero chance, and also, as if it wasn't bad enough, this isn't a bomb rush, folks. They simply has 4 lethal bombs that they can throw at this Rainmaker carrier, who is doing the absolute best that you can do in that situation simply to stay up. There's going to be barely over 30 seconds on this timer as they head into overtime. They're going to mount one more push here on the elbow, but one player does go down there. Madness now diving forward, takes another one out. It is all falling apart for them here. Some of the best Rainmaker carrying I've ever seen, and it's not going to matter in the end. Jackpot, simply too many ways to win that game and almost no ways for them to lose it. A very, very strong showing from them. The Greasy Goblins had some moments there, but again, 4 lethal bombs on Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker. Guys, we've been playing this game for 5 years now, 6 years? I'm running out of time. It's so difficult, almost impossible to get a clean push there when the opponent is playing with the lead.
It's just so easy to stall. It's so easy to keep the paint down. It's so easy to defend that choke point, which is around the elbow, around that wall on the pump track. Once you get into that spot, not only can you bleed the clock, which is what Jackpot did perfectly, I will admit, right? Just keeping it in that corner until there was no other option other than to just keep trying to push forward, even with no specials and no resources, right? That's the constricting play style that we saw also out of New Situation at times, is just force them into a bad hand. Eventually, they're going to run out of good cards, and they ran out because they had no time left. Just, again, beautiful awareness from Jackpot. Super early on, when you wouldn't think about the timer, they knew that they could start counting it down. So that was great. But then also the bomb pressure, and this is something that sometimes doesn't get talked about enough. Lethal bombs are, for lack of a better word, very, very strong.
Yeah.
They can completely remove you from the map, and if you have enough of them, all of a sudden you're basically getting another special every few seconds in terms of like the amount of area you can cover. It's disgusting if you can coordinate those bombs.
I remember, I believe it was Bursty who told me ages ago when I interviewed FT Win back in the day. He said in his very, analytical and sharp Bursty-like fashion, I don't think people realize how good bombs are. And it was just this wonderful classic FT Win moment of, we're great at the game, but we're going to be humble about it and, lay it down as simply understanding fundamentals more. Whether or not that's true or not, we can digress, but it's true. Bombs, you use it, you put it at the right spot to blow away the opponent, slow them down. Again, everyone's going to fall on a splat bomb every once in a while. It's just how the game ends up going. But when the team is diligent about putting those bombs at the right part, you start slowing down a little bit. You don't take your corners as quickly, and it becomes very frustrating. We're going to move now into Manta Maria Clam Blitz. Here's another classic that we're familiar with in Splatoon 2. This is a map, especially back in the day, you built up lots of power clams and banked it all on one major push. This is a long map. It can be difficult to get back to the clam pods to make the big pushes here. Oftentimes, we'll see a lower scoring game here as the teams opt to play a little more defensively.
And the important thing, too, on that defense is going to be .Q, who we saw in the last game had a couple of inkjets that didn't exactly go her way, but this is a map where that ballpoint is going to shine because of those grates, because of this inkjet, who already gets one pick down, probably getting another very soon. Yep, there it is. Trying to go for a third, but no dice. But look at this. They're already mounting a push, already enough for 2 power clams, but Jared going to send that one flying off the side. Greasy Goblin's not going down without a fight.
No, not going down without a fight, but they are going to go down with Tacticooler in hand of the opposing team. They're going to be back here. Here comes Leafy and Q. Hazard desperately needed to win that fight to have any chance of a defensive side here, but Link is going to go down to Leafy as well. Now it's once again going to be Hazard and Leafy fighting it out. The jumps come through here. Were they able to swing another clam in? I don't believe they were. They grab it now, but the barrier is going to close. So a successful defense, I suppose, if you're Greasy Goblin. If Hazard didn't win one of those fights, this push might still be going, or the basket might still be open. I suppose the push isn't done by any means.
No, it is not. They still have a lot left to say, especially with that machine, the sloshing machine, being able to peek over those walls from a very safe spot. Hazard being forced out of the safe spot that he was in, trying to dive forward, trying to make sure that that power clam cannot go anywhere near the basket with the barrier still online. And Madness, of course, going to be able to pilot this thing very well. Leafy going down, getting a little bit caught in the sauce, in the blue ink, and they're finally getting pushed back. Greasy Goblins, paint underneath their feet. They've got a chance to at least bring this one back, but it is so hard to deal with the long range of that Splatling. They need to start using these specials to effectiveness to completely disrupt her.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the frustrating part, right? You want to respect Q's positioning. You don't want to move forward back into the middle haphazardly. And all that time, Jared says, cool, let me build up Tacticooler again. All right, frontliners, go do it. They gave us this much time. Sometimes it can feel impossible when you're playing against a team like this when they are sharp. You try to give the right players respect. That ends up opening up a door for more players as they continue to move forward in attack. Greasy Goblins has fought to keep themselves in this game admirably, and they're going to finally go ahead and get 3 down here. This is the opportunity. They're going to go ahead and grab the Pity Clam to try to move forward here, and this is the golden opportunity. It's the first time they've had 3 members of Jackpot down in a position like this, and Magic, they are finally back in the center of the map. And with Jared down, that means they're not going to have to worry about the Tacticooler loop. There is an opening for them here.
I believe the members of Jackpot did get a Tacticooler on them before they engaged with that fight, but there's still a lot of presence in mid. There's still a crab tank that can easily hold this down and make sure that Jared is not able to farm that another special too quickly without enough paint, especially if he goes down. A beautiful pick from Nex, and this could be their opportunity. Remy able to go over onto the side. They're trying to fight this last one in mid, and the Tacticooler is going to come online. This is still very good. They seem to be holding their own, and overall, if they can start fighting through these Tacticoolers and collapsing on out-positioned opponents, they can start making progress.
Yep, this is good. And again, them not diving in haphazardly to try to score that one power claim tells me they sense that this is the opportunity here. They want to try to go for the lead or something similar on this push, but it might not come through here. Next has the opportunity to swing over and score a couple more, but all the members of Jackpot have respawned. This push is as good as done. And they're going to have to even give up the power claim that they had sitting in the middle. So in addition to the other things on this long and ever-growing laundry list, they now have to build another power claim as we enter the last minute of this game if they want a chance at overtime and to extend this. But some points on the board for Greasy Goblins.
They're going to be able to at least build up one. Oh, all okay there. Crab Tank is going to come through, but jumping away is Jared. Quick hands, able to use that button combination to easily get out of danger, but they still have a lot of specials that they need to burn through. They've got Leafy's Trizuka out for the time being. Link over trying to make sure that Leafy can't fight us effectively, and the members of Jackpot seem to be floundering maybe a little bit. No, that is a lot of orange ink on the side of the map, and this is the last 30 seconds.
Yep, a delayed wipe here, and the last resource in favor of Greasy Goblins is they are at least going to have that clam sitting underneath their basket. Of course, the members of Jackpot at this point probably saying, well, if it gets to overtime, we're just going to score this. Our future is ours to choose. You're going to see them jump forward here to try to take out, and they actually were able to take out a couple members here, so maybe a little bit too passive there from Jackpot, letting that door get open. We are going to enter overtime. Where are they going to try to jump that in from? You can see that they are going to do it there. The super jump logo is coming in, but with 3 people down and the basket still closed. A great fight here by the Greasy Goblins, our first representative from Australia and New Zealand in the SWC tournament series. But Jackpot, they were one of the top seeds for a reason. They will take care of business, winning 2-0 over the Greasy Goblins. The Greasy Goblins showed you a lot. They showed you why they are the strongest of their region, but Jackpot simply too much at this time.
And to their credit, Greasy Goblins, they basically matched up to what we see a lot of the higher level players end up running into with Jackpot, right? You see them get a couple of good opportunities. You see them at least making pushes on the Rainmaker, making good efforts to take back mid and get a stranglehold, get at least some ground in that crucial area, but not able to just string together enough of those wins to make a consistent showing. And so they're going to take the fall. But that's kind of what we see from a lot of other teams that match up against Jackpot. So, I mean, just being honest, Jackpot's one of the best teams in the game right now.
If you told me that was, I don't know, quarterfinals of a North American major, I would have believed you in terms of like the quality there. There are a lot of really good teams that get totally run over by Jackpot there. And, you know, the Greasy Goblins, they showed you their stuff. If you're unfamiliar with the world of Australian and New Zealand Splatoon, they put on some fantastic events, always have their Frostbite series that just ended, some great showings there from those players. They do such a great job of, I think, kind of investing in their own community because they are, through no fault of their own, so isolated. But maybe you became a fan of the Greasy Goblins today. They are great. Latias said in that card at the front that they had been dominating this game since it came out, this game, of course, being Splatoon 3. And, you know, I'm a fan. I like what I saw from that team. So strong, matching up against the best that North America has to offer. Really, you could argue the best that North America and Europe have had on offer as of late. Absolutely nothing to feel bad about there, especially knowing that you're playing with house money and you've got nothing to lose. So great job to the Greasy Goblins. And what an incredible match we're going to have in semifinals when New Situation and Jackpot run into each other.
Oh, I'm very excited for that. That is one of the one of the most hype I've been to see North America face off against that top seed. This is probably the best opportunity we have to really go deep into this tournament. And we were talking a little bit before about this bracket. We have some really good chances in terms of the West versus Japan, right? I don't want to pit them against each other, but that's kind of what we see most often is we see one by one the teams from the West fall at the hands of these players that have been playing in Area Cup and been so consistent. But this time around, it might be a different story.
Well, the hits start coming and they don't stop coming. I butchered the hell out of that one. Pixio Monster and Starburst up next. You could make this a marquee matchup in any tournament ever. Pixio Monster and Starburst, depending on what time you tune into Splatoon 2, you can make an argument that this would have been the matchup of the #1 in North America and the #1 in the world. Now, the Pixio Monster roster of old was a little different than this one. The players have since scattered to the winds, but one name that is the same is Chikashi on the Tent Umbrella. He has been running these Tent Umbrellas since the start of Splatoon 3, and those of you who've played this weapon know that has not been an easy path here. The weapon sometimes just doesn't want to do what it has been programmed to do, but Chikashi simply does not care. Toto on the Squeezer as well was also one of the very best Splatana Stamper players for quite a while. Now has switched back over to the tried and true. Momo going to be providing the support that we are used to seeing these shooters. And Sugi, one of the few players in Splatoon 2 that reached 3,000 XP solely with the Splatlings. Again, not an easy thing to do back in Splatoon 2. Has now found a happy home with the many powerful Splatlings here in Splatoon 3. Such a strong roster, and if you couldn't tell by their favorite modes, they like zones, everybody.
And they like it because it is comfortable, because it is especially useful, especially viable for things like the Tent Umbrella, things like the Splatlings. They do very well within that game flow. So they're going to have to try and transition this, or maybe pull out some other interesting picks, but I very doubt we're going to see too much flexibility in this. Instead, we're going to be seeing a lot of interesting compositions out of this team. We're going to be seeing things like the double Kraken, which I think has been fascinating. This is what we saw in Area Cup number 3, where they placed second. They were using the Tent Umbrella Shield to be this safe haven for when those Krakens end. And it's going to cause, again, that kind of game flow where they're going in and then taking back and using that Umbrella Shield to breach any area that they please. It is a very different playstyle, and I think everyone at home is going to love it.
Their opponents, we're going to go ahead and get started quickly, but frankly, a lot of you viewing this probably didn't need a whole lot of a reminder of who this monstrous team is. Starburst. They've won just about everything there is to win. This new meta has been an interesting one for them. They've tried to change some of their roles a little bit, not playing as much double crab. Biscuit has been on break for a while here, so now coming back to compete with his team in this event. He has been on Nautilus as of late. Those of you who've watched what he and Kyo have been doing on their pet project Flippa Floppa know that Biscuit has not slowed down one bit despite the additional break. So we said earlier that Jackpot as of late has been ruling the roost here. Ever since the Tacticooler came up to the front, it is favored how Jackpot has chosen to play, whereas Starburst, of course, was able to play with that double crab and machine that they absolutely farmed the entire portion of the world that wasn't named Japan for many, many, many years. Now, they're kind of looking at what they want to play a little differently. They're vigilant about it. They're going to find it eventually. They're too good not to. But today will be a very interesting one for Starburst. This is a quality opponent, and they've got a lot to prove.
They do have a lot to prove, and if anyone can prove it, it is Starburst. I've seen them at their best, and I've seen them at their worst, and they are always willing to fight and to at least make sure that they put on a good show for the people back home. This is the quintessential North American horse that we all back, right? This is the one that we hedge our bets on for the longest time, and it's because they're consistent. It's because they know exactly how to play well. It's because at the end of the day, they are some of the most mechanically savvy players that we have in this region, and we're going to show it here, matching up against a very technical team on the other side.
This will be a good one. You can see here almost all the players already and dropping back into it. I'll remind everybody that this is the bottom portion of the bracket. We are still in quarterfinals, so it is still a best of 3. Conveniently enough, we have started the loop over again. We have played all 4 modes one time in the 2-2-0s that we saw. So we are going to start back at the top of the order here, which means we will start on Splat zones, then head to tower control if a game 3 is necessary, it is then that we will start with Rainmaker. We're going to be taking it here to Barnacle and Dime. I would argue maybe the most Splatoon 3 of Splatoon 3 maps in terms of not having a lot of avenues back into the middle. Once you get into the middle, you can really put pressure on your opponent. So the sustainability and knowing what resources to save when and when to cut bait and leave going to be all important for these players. Won't have to wait too much longer here. The winner of this one will move on, and they'll be playing against the winner of our next match. Again, the top portion of the bracket is decided, but I can stop stalling because we have some good old-fashioned Splatoon to be played right here. Pixio Monster versus Starburst.
We are going to have to see what the compositions will be, and Toto deciding, and this is so interesting, but there's also interesting things on the other side. Oh, there's so much to talk about.
My goodness. Holy cow. So okay, I'm just going to actually read it outright here. You have a Jet Squelcher, a Tensabrella, you've got Toto on the Wiper, you've got a Tentatech Splatter Shot. On the other side, you have double Splatling coming through here. Bran on the Slosher, and Bagel going to be farming up those Tacticoolers. So, I mean, if you wanted to see what these two teams had in store, this is going to be one of the more interesting compositional matchups we will see throughout the day.
Ooh, great Trip Strike lineup, able to push back the members of Pixio Monster for the time being, but getting slapped back is Biscuit. That Ink Vac shot going right through him, and they're going to be able to take this zone right back on the side of Pixio Monster, not using a Tacticooler, and this is the first time we're going to see this all day, instead opting for the aggressive specials in the Trip Strike, in the Zuka, in the missiles, and in the Ink Vac to hold things down and disrupt and displace instead of trying to play around that cycling. But this is the obvious downside, is that now they're stuck on this side, and these respawns are very, very long. They need to start holding out and making sure that Chikashi can stay alive, which he's very good at doing. He's on a Tensabrella. It's going to be very hard to do that, to just take him down, but it is going to leave them a little bit vulnerable.
I was going to say, he didn't die. He jumped out there. He decided he was done with that fight there. God, maybe the hardest player in the world to kill. They're finally able to do it, pushing forward. They're a nice pincer on that player here. And they gave up a lot of points, but they never really got pushed all the way back. And you brought up a great point, Magic. When you don't have a Tacticooler, it means that you're relying on your players to survive the good old-fashioned way and trust that you will be able to put together 3 and 4 specials all the time. But it also means that in situations like this, you can't have somebody dive right in by themselves. The risk is simply too great, especially when the opponent has their own Tacticooler.
Oh, and that's a beautiful Trizuka shot from Chikashi, able to take down 2 players of Starburst, but instead, Bran gonna take 2 right back on that Slosher. Momo, in the meanwhile, while that scuffle was going on, painted the zone and capped it back towards the side of Pixio Monster. But Starburst is back, they are in control for the time being, and while Momo's gonna stall them out for a little bit longer to get the members of Pixio Monster back into a position where they can play, this is still Starburst's game, and they're in control.
Yeah, very much in control, very strongly in control. Nice job by Bagel there, who takes the dive. And once again, it's only Momo who is left. If Momo hadn't capped that last game, I think Starburst probably would have won it right then and there. Instead, now, gonna have to use these trip sites to try to buy a little space there. One is gonna go down, but they're Tacticooler. They are A-okay with that. That was the job. I'm not sure how Pixio Monster breaks in. If these missiles don't get incredible value, they are not going to have enough presence on the zone fighting through this Tacticooler. They are going to be able to move the zone. Starburst willing to give that up to maintain a favorable board, but they have been outpacing Pixio Monster thus far.
Bagel just went down after dropping that Tacticooler. It's actually pretty important. He's going to have to... I don't think he even got the Tacticooler buff, and so he's going to go down. But the members of Starburst have come alive, it seems. Chikashi's going to try and stall the best that he does, the usual that he does. But this is Starburst looking very, very clean. Some jump-ins. Everything's at least still going decently. But look at how the members of Starburst collapse, and this is what we want to see from the most consistent team in North America that we've seen for the past few years. This is the kind of play that we expect.
Just 10 seconds left of penalty to get through, and the last 2 are going to be Tacticoolered up here. There's a great chance the game ends right now. They're going to push and try to paint their way through, but keep an eye on the top of the specials coming through. Chikashi goes down, a perfectly placed bomb here. This Ink Vac is going to be way away from the zone. They are A-okay with where this is going. Can it fire on the zone, and will it neutralize? It doesn't take the zone single-handedly. Oh my god, what a buff this weapon got. The true Hail Mary to keep this game going. They're not in a good position by any stretch of the imagination, but they also didn't lose.
That was a perfectly placed Inkvac shot. I don't think... literally a couple of pixels the other way and it would not have capped that zone. That was incredible heads-up play from that Jet Squelcher. They're gonna have to try and fight this one through. There's only 30 seconds left, and this Tacticooler up Biscuit is going to mow down the enemy team, but they've still got a chance. They've still got a fighting chance, and Momo has these trip strikes, so if they can stay alive, they can get at least a couple more picks, and they do, dipping around this ledge. They're going to be able to find one. They're going to get some help for the second, but they're going to go down. The Tacticooler has the respawns coming back in. That's Brand going through. They're going to be able to stall this out. There's only 10 ticks left, and they don't have the specials to try and cap this instantly. They're going to have to go through Raw. It's not going to land, but maybe a couple of picks, and they're going to be able to cap the zone. This is going to overtime 9.
Oh my gosh, Starburst, who has done everything so right, at the very end gives one small opening, and there's almost no penalty. They have marked Chikashi, so he's gonna have to go back here and get his shield back if he wants to set something up. Keep an eye on the top of the screen. That's the first special coming in from Biscuit. He's happy to throw that away. Every pick at this point means that Chikashi is going to land safely somehow. No, he will go down, but that's another one going down, and that's a big painter that has gone down here. 2 people fighting over at this side. Brand goes down. 3 goes down. Not like this, Starburst. It is just Ice who also goes down. They're going to move through. Sugi, sensing the moment, goes through. They attack. They fight. And despite everything, Pixio Monster holds on to steal game number 1 from Starburst.
Sugi, absolutely. Hero play saved that game with that Inkvac shot and gave them every opportunity that they needed to bring it back. And this is only the first game and the first set that we're going to see either of these teams play. This is the kind of level that we're talking about. That is heartbreaking, though, if you're on the side of Starburst. They had so much good communication on these lockout situations, but were just not able to get it through. And if there is any argument for there to be no Tacticoolers, that is it right there.
Yeah, just be perfect. That's all you have to do to beat Tacticooler. I mean, good God. I don't even know what took Bagel out at the start of that final scuffle, but if Bagel doesn't go down right there, that ends up probably neutralized and the game ends regardless. It's unbelievable how many things had to go right for them there. And Sugi is sitting with the emote where you just fan yourself off here. You are too cool, Sugi. But I refuse to believe that your heart rate isn't at 200 right now. Unbelievable. How many plays had to be made to hold it there. And God, Starburst, they are as mentally sound as they come. But that's gotta bite in a major way.
Highway robbery. Like we're talking highwaymen kind of robbery. That is the level that we are at. We're talking caravans in the middle of the night alongside the trail in the wild, wild west, and that was stolen from them.
Sheriff Sugi coming in with the Inkvac saying, "Hey there, kids. Noticed you had a zone there. I'm gonna have to repossess that instantly." With again 2 seconds left.
Literally,
that
2
game
ticks.
was done. Dead to rights. If any other special at any other portion of the map with that special went away, or if that special hadn't charged in time. I thought that Inkvac being pushed so far away wasn't going to matter, but I think honestly, it taking as many of those shots as it did actually built it up fast enough for that to even be possible. You couldn't script a more ludicrous loss there for Starburst, everything having to go perfectly for Pixio Monster.
You could argue, and I'm gonna throw this out there. You could argue that Bagel should not have fed the Inkvac there, and should have just tried to flop around, tried to stay movement, but not let that chance even happen. But how do you predict that? He thought that he could get the angle above the Inkvac to get the shots that would land and not get sucked up, but instead it ended up feeding the vac and getting it out quicker. But then the other thing I want to point out is that when Pixio Monster was on that final stand and Starburst had finally gotten the Tacticooler out, not only was there a vac, not only was there trip strikes, but there was one more special on the zone that all landed at the same time and prevented Starburst from getting a good foothold, and that was really what sealed it. And that is the kind of coordination that is the Pixio Monster level. This is what we've been seeing for years and years out of this PXM clan tag, and it is so hard to swallow as a North America fan.
Earlier, I made the joke like, hey, man, the PXM tag, that's the 23 Bulls jersey, man. You put that on, you better show out, and that's the way it goes. But if you are a fan of Starburst and you want a little bit of solace after losing game 1, all 15 votes from Pixio Monster went towards Splat zones for their favorite mode. Whether it's a joke or not, they clearly feel strongest on that, and you almost, and should have, in 99 out of 99.1 games there. I'm still stunned that they lost that.
Yeah.
You will now move into any mode that is not Splat zones, and you will not have to face this team on Splat zones again. So you can at least take solace and you almost beat them on their best mode. On paper, at least, you should be able to play well on these other modes. Now, it is going to be Hagglefish Market, so certainly no strangers here, nothing crazy. If you're good at Hagglefish, you can generally play all 4 modes on it pretty well. Here on Tower Control, you're seeing PXM taking a little bit longer to decide what they want to play. Of course, we talked about how versatile this roster is. We won't have to wait any longer to see what they're going to be bringing in. Starburst on tournament point right here needs to win another game to get to game 3 and see if they can keep their run alive.
We're going to have to see if Toto decides to stick with that Wiper Deco. Going to see what they're deciding. They're going to go for something a little bit more standard, instead using that N-Zap with the Tacticooler to assist with the Inkjet and the jump RNG of that Rapid Blaster Deco on Sugi, who decided to go completely away from Splatlings both of these games.
Yep, Sugi, one of the most versatile players that you will see. Also one of the best players of the Reflux there. I would wager we're probably not going to see that, but oh my god, Ice crabbing from this position. I think Ice had one too many times of getting flanked by crabs by clicks here and finally decided, you know what, I'm going to do that right now. I am going to be the flanking crab here. Absolutely broke through that position, a position that I think was starting to go in favor of Pixio Monster. Now you're going to see Starburst very patiently take this right spot. Good God, the parabola from Chikashi hitting that side. They still don't have a real great foothold, but at the very least, they're going to have an opportunity to defend this checkpoint if they so choose. They're going to fight through, take 2 out, and they're going to try to start moving this back towards the other side.
I think there was a dogfight in mid because the Inkjets both fell down, and now it's just Ice left standing alone, and for whatever reason, that position got completely broke down. Didn't see enough of it to really make a good analysis, but we're in this defensive situation right now, and Tacticooler is online for Pixio Monster, and Starburst needs to get something going right now. They have the specials, it looks like, online, and Biscuit is looking ready to try and make a play, but Bran goes a little bit too far out, and that's going to go down. That's actually really important. They need that stiff arming potential and the area of effect hitboxes from that Rapid.
Well, and this is the real frustrating part here, is if you leave even one person up for too long, they're going to be able to keep forcing you over to the side. Finally, 4 people shooting at Chikashi is apparently enough to do the deal. But this is why it's so frustrating to play against this comp. You talked about it earlier. Double Trizuka, you never know, and more importantly, cannot react to the threat. You let one person get away, Chikashi swims away, Toto swims away, whatever, okay, we'll stabilize here. You can't react when that Trizuka shot is trained on you, and it can take 2 or 3 of you out in one scenario. Bagel moving all the way around, right around the tower, Rosie, as it were, and it's the only reason this game is still going on. This could be even more. That's triple right there that Bagel got, and Bagel was the last member alive for Starburst. This push should still be going. Instead, it didn't even start.
What did I say about this being the most mechanically savvy team that North America has on the docket? This is exactly what I'm talking about, being able to turn around these plays. You see players like Melon make these kinds of effortless plays where they're all of a sudden moving and moving around and they suddenly get picks that they never should have gotten, but Starburst is capable of that as well, and they've shown they can do it even against these Japanese players, even against the highest of levels, and they're going to try and make that happen right here as this crab goes online. They're going to try and get this tower moving, even though they have a wall in front of them and a Tacticooler. They're going to try and go for it.
Yep. They're going to go for it, and, well, there's a word that starts with W that they're going to face on the other side. And there was a sequence there that I really want to highlight as this push gets going. If you have not fought against a squeezer, you cannot remember the range that it plays at, or that it has wall, or the speed, or anything. This is a weapon unlike any other, and now going to fire at people. I'm stunned nobody went down, and finally one does. I know at least one of you is by that Tacticooler, and they go down here. I will shelve my thought forward as they move Chikashi is going to be on the tower. Go ahead and get that big shield out there to work through. Now they rotate, and Starburst one step ahead, maybe just a little too far off the gas pedal. As soon as Chikashi moved off and gave up that side, it allowed, I believe, Biscuit to build up charge on that side so that there was no second attack. But again, if you are not used to fighting these weapons, they're unfamiliar technology. There are fights that you feel like you should win that simply go the other way. That's how it's been for Starburst, but they are now geared up for a nice push. Again, everyone gonna fire there. Close out on Chikashi. We'll see if that bought them any meaningful time. Now Biscuit moves over here to fire it, Toto. That's another one down here, but did that rotate too many people far away from the tower? For the time it appears, yes. They're gonna have to rotate away. They're going to get taken down, and they desperately need this checkpoint as we enter the final portion of the game.
We get some return picks. This last minute's super crucial. They need to get something going here, and they're gonna break that last checkpoint. That's enough momentum, and they've got the tactical online, and Chikashi jumped in to a precarious situation. Bagel's able to get traded out for it, but for the time being, this is still a good position for Starburst. They're in these high ground areas. They're in the base of Pixio Monster, and they've got the crab on the tower. They're going to have a little bit of defense. They're going to be able to get this one rolling, but not unless they can hold it down. They've got the tactical online on the side of Pixio Monster, and they've got a couple of specials at the ready, and they've got the players with this mechanics to make this happen, but are they going to get the respawns in time? No, it doesn't look like Biscuit can hold on. It doesn't look like Brand is going to find the picks, and they need to get on this tower now, but this wall is in their way. They've got Azuka firing on the tower, and they're going to dive on, and that is Pixio Monster dominating once again. Starburst looked like they had a chance finally, but not long enough, and they stalled for so long in Pixio Monster's base, but they couldn't finally get that final crack.
They even got the crab onto tower, but one player put one bomb at the right point to knock the crab off of the tower. And at that point, from that position, that crab's not getting back on that tower. There's no way in that area to swim around and jump your crab, and of course it can't swim through the lip of the tower. That's such a rough position because, again, you then have to reposition at that point. You have to roll. That's a good chunk of your crab that's gone at that point. And, oh, my goodness, after losing game one in a heartbreaker, game two, a little bit more of an honest win for Pixio Monster. But holding there are not a lot of teams in the world that could keep Starburst at bay when Starburst was pushing that and had the tower in the 40s for what, a good 40 seconds there, Magic?
Oh, yeah.
It felt like that was a long and sustained push. And for every one member of Pixio Monster that went down, they made sure to take one member of Starburst down with them. And once again, tip of the cap to you, Starburst. But again, another SWC comes and goes, and they were not able to reach the finals. Now, Pixio Monster, of course, a devastating opponent for anybody. But we'll see what they've got next time. Pixio Monster will be moving on to the semifinals.
I'm sure we'll see Starburst in this tournament again, because they've been here for so many times. They've been trying to get this for so long. A couple of things go differently. Maybe a little bit more practice with Biscuit. Maybe a slight change here or there, and that crazy play doesn't happen on Barnacle and Diamond. This is a whole different talk that we're having. But they don't find it this time. We're going to have to move on to the bottom set of that bracket. And this is going to be Alliance Rogue versus Today is the Best Day.
Ooh, this is going to be a great one here. Some of these names on Today is the Best Day, some of you will probably be familiar with. If you watched any of the Ikaten series, you will certainly know about Shuma. Shuma, it says right there, pushes the front lines with his strong mechanics there. I'm going to go ahead and say that that is the most humble of understatements here. Shuma is one of the most mechanically skilled players in the entire world, even younger than Melon is, and yet able to keep pace with all of the best players in the world. And you can see all of those weapons are doing one thing, and that is fighting. Garando, of course, a great user, has switched between all of the different buckets at different times with a lot of different players, a true mercenary. Nobunaga, one of the best pure chargers in the game, got second place in King's Cup, which was arguably the most stacked tournament in Splatoon 3's history, using just those chargers. And man, this is an old favorite for us here, Magic. Norisuke, aka No Risk, here painting the map with the best of them. This is a strong roster here. You can see second place in Area Cup number 3. The only team they lost to, a little team by the name of New Situation. And I know you all know what they're capable of, but this is certainly a powerful team and a cute logo as well.
Oh, very. I love all of these teams' logos. You know, the pickup culture in Japan, and this is a whole other conversation that Nine and I had earlier this week, but it doesn't lend themselves to like super good branding. But a lot of these teams, when they come together and they play consistently for a number of different series or for these invitationals, they're able to put out some fantastic artwork, really. And I hope that the artwork gets highlighted. I believe that on the in the tweet threads that the Splat World Championship Twitter is making, those artists are named. So
yeah.
Please go follow them. So definitely shout outs to them because they do fantastic work. And it's nice to see. It's nice to see not a face to a name, but a visual image to a name, at the very least.
Well, we talk about the pickup culture here, a team that came together for this. They are going to be playing, I mean, when you think of team in North American and European Splatoon, this is one of a few names that will reign throughout history and has been doing it for as long as it can be done. AR, Alliance Rogue, and here they are. You can see the official French championship. They took first place. They've won a paddling pool and a billion other things. The laundry list is simply too substantial. It couldn't all be put on recent achievements here. You will note here that Volti is not available for this event. Instead, Kyo will be coming in, the super sub, the casual player himself, as he likes to say. Very tongue-in-cheek, I will add, on his own Twitch stream. But you can see there, Scar on the ballpoint there. You need a ballpoint these days, and Scar certainly a player who can switch all around. But Kiver and Gray, the frontline duo that have, I would say, shaped Western Splatoon. I don't think that is that. That's not, I'm not overstepping my bounds with that statement, right? The world of shooters was created by these two.
Correct. They really, from the early times where we first saw those double NZAP builds way in 2018, 2019 Splatoon 2, ever through the evolution, the Kensa 52 gal, the different Splattershot phases that were had, like all of them pretty much championed by these two players. The combination of Gray's support and Kiver's aggression has absolutely been like synonymous with Western Splatoon. But adding Kyo into the mix is so interesting. Kyo is a player that has been doing pickups with a lot of Japanese players recently in a lot of the major online tournaments. So he knows their playstyle pretty well. And then also the difference between Volti and Kyo as a substitution, whereas Volti tries to, as we've said, unlock the members of Alliance Rogue. They might try and play around Kyo's aggression, try and play around Kyo's interesting positioning with that slosher, with the range blaster. It's going to create a little bit of a different dynamic, and I'm curious to see in action whether or not that's going to make enough of an impact to take a set off of this team, and if it's going to be able to be adapted well, considering that they're not going to be able to play around the same way like they would around Volti, who they try and like give him the reins, you know?
Yeah, this was something that you and I discussed kind of in the pregame as we were prepping for this, and we had questions and neither one of us had an answer. What is it going to look like when Kyo is there? He's certainly one of the most accomplished and versatile players there is, so I don't think that it will be a step back, but it will be a step to the side if nothing else. You can't quite replicate what Volti is able to do with that Carbon Deco. Nobody can. I mean, his tag is Volti Carbone, for goodness sake, okay? Like, when you put the tag of the weapon that you main in your Twitter, or your X, I guess, whatever it is these days, but you know that you are the mantle for that weapon. So this will be a really interesting matchup to see against a very strong roster. And I think the big question that we're going to get answered over the course of this is, I mean, I called him out earlier there, but, you know, when you borrow a name of a great warlord, Nobunaga, you know, you're going to have an opportunity to make some great plays with that Charger. I think that AR is a very strong roster against Charger. They know how to play against Charger in the SWC where they made semifinals earlier. I know that this is 4.5 metas ago, seemingly. They played against Takechi, who you and I got to commentate, put on maybe the best display I've ever seen a Charger put on, and was almost completely neutralized by the way that AR was playing at the time. So, AR, a team that knows how to play around Charger. Nobunaga, one of the few players that has won and competed at the very highest level with Charger. It's going to be a fascinating dynamic.
Overall, we talked about how Alliance Rogue, not only, and this might be, of course, getting ahead of ourselves, but if they can make it through this match, they might also have a pretty good matchup against Pixio Monster. And I want to start that conversation now, because I think it kind of shapes the whole idea of where this bracket is going.
It does, and I'll just go ahead and get in front of it too, because I love a good storyline and I love a little sensationalizing things when I can. There has not been an SWC where the semifinal round did not feature 3 Japanese teams. There has not been an event, I will again spell this out for you, there has not been an SWC where more than a single member of either Europe or North America or any region outside of Japan, for that matter, has made it into the semifinals. Right now, you can see you got JP, US, and JP. And if AR is able to pull this win off, they will create history. And also, there is yet to be a member of a team there is yet to be a non-Japanese team in the finals here. That, of course, could potentially happen if AR makes it. Either Jackpot gets the win, AR might get the win against Pixio Monster, so we could be rewriting history here, but as much as I love to look ahead, do need to hold it back just a little bit here. I think that AR versus Pixio Monster is going to be a great showcase of the patient play that AR does, their ability to hide and poke out at the right times and jab at the opponent. They do it as well as anyone. I think it does have a good matchup against a team like Pixio Monster, where they really rely on survivability. If you've got a team that survives well, you got to surprise them. You've got to jump out and attack them from different positions. They're not expecting a lot of unseen threats on this Alliance Rogue team. And that's one of the reasons why I think that this matchup will be so interesting. The seen threat is the prey of the Charger. If the Charger knows where you are at, it eats you. That is what the weapon does. But AR, because they have Gray who can sit back and paint and take care of objective, they're able to be very sneaky with how they make their attacks. That's how they've made their money, as it were. So that's another reason why I think they play so well against Charger, and why I think this will be a great showcase of that.
It's so strange seeing that tag on Kyo after the 2018 championships, right? The World Championships in 2018?
Oh, man. Yep. I mean, and 2019 for that matter.
Yeah.
It was a young Kyo and then an aged, grizzled veteran Kyo, but always managing to run into AR at the top of these events, it seems. Whether with them or against them.
Right. The history, the years of history, and we won't get into it right now because we're getting into the first map, Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, as some folks like to call it. This is going to be a slobber knocker.
You can see here, we've already talked again, but I want to thank everybody on the production staff who put these lovely, lovely graphics together. Rainmaker's Scorch Gorge. Stalemates and mids do have a tendency to drag on. If you've watched any amount of Splatoon, you will know how this tends to go. I will say it's broken open more since the Crab Tank meta has started to shift away. You're seeing teams be a little more willing to attack and make plays and break through with the Tacticooler, but you can see not a ton of KOs happen here. You're going to see a lot of teams get it just to the very bottom of the ramp or a little bit up the ramp, and typically if you get to the top of the ramp, you knock it out. Games usually don't end in one team at 9 and one team at 8 or anything like that. But this is again starting off with Rainmaker. What is Nobunaga going to be able to bring to the table? We won't have to guess at it any longer. AR versus today is the best day. Taking a look at the compositions right now, and there it is. The Charger is out.
And that is a vanilla splatter scope. Gonna have the extended range as well as the ink vac to shield the Rainmaker carrier from any shots as they're going up the pedestal, which is going to be a very interesting tactic, and I'm sure we're going to see a couple of times. The other interesting thing is they are using the Tri-Saucer Nouveau, which has that tactical that we've been talking so much about, and we're going to keep talking about because it's important. Going to have it up online now. And 9, overall, pretty even Stevens. Not too much ground gained or lost on either side.
Yeah, today is the best day. I think did get the upper hand at the start, but as he is wont to do, Kivver was sharking at the right point to kind of break through and stop that push. Their crazy angle taken from fighting there. How did Kivver go down to that? Oh my god, thank goodness Scar had the right special at the right time to at least mitigate some of that damage, but of course the Inkjet is going to get fired upon, and now suddenly it's starting to get a little scary here. Kivver desperately needs to find someone who's not able to, and they are going to run this forward already. Holy cow, to 32. They will trade 2 people down for that, and they will get the heck out. They got what they came for. They're going to continue to put a little pressure on here. They're going to make AR think about whether they want to grab this Rainmaker or if they're going to defend it. They are going to grab it here. We'll see if they jump it off. But, oh, the bomb ends up getting a couple from Kyo here. Desperately needed that. Something of an unforced error. Nobunaga's going to be able to get a shot here, but because 2 went down so quickly, they're going to at least be able to pressure this elbow. And Nobunaga, I think, has killed like 6 people in this game. Oh my goodness.
Goodness gracious is right. This is like slaughter. 32 push is safe for the most part, but it's not undoable by any means. This is still a can-win position unless this Inkvac suddenly shoots them forward, absolutely sending them off into that almost unreachable territory. It doesn't matter that these players are going down. They have the Inkvac and an anchor to match with Scar as they come right back in. This Rainmaker is going to need to get jumped off the side most likely as you see them dancing towards it. And there they go. Kyo gets taken down. This is high-level Charger gameplay, and 9, that is a scream, that is a laugh of joy, because we have not seen this in so long.
I haven't seen it. I have always said for years, Magic, 2 shots from the splatter scope changes the entire game. It's just, can you hit it? This is a game of almosts. This is a game of imprecision, of chaos. But when this thing gets going, that's what it looks like. They didn't get any more points off of it as well, but you know that when a Charger is playing like this, it sticks in the back of your head. You're not entirely sure where is safe, what is safe when they are playing like this. Now Scar gives up another shot to Shuma, who we haven't even gotten to talk about, one of the most mechanically skilled players in the world. Gonna take down 2 before that rain is done. Now, Norisuke gets another one down there. They're going to leave the Rainmaker over on that side and continue their pressure, continue the assault. Maybe getting a little bit too ham-fisted there with the attack, but with the way they're playing, they've got to be feeling good.
There is something I still want to bring up about this Charger, and that is, we talked earlier about threats and consequences. And when the consequences come down, that threat becomes even bigger in the back of everyone's minds. And another thing I want to talk about, No Risk is one of the best shooter players, one of the best support players that we've ever seen in the history of the game, for and I say that hands down easily, stalling this Rainmaker in the worst possible spot for Alliance Rogue to do anything with it. They're going to be able to get the checkpoint for the time being, but the members of the day, today's the best day, are going to be able to respawn in time to make sure that this defense is solid.
Yeah, I was about to say here that putting it in that position was really odd. You saw that they popped it there, weren't entirely sure what to do it, and I think that No Risk just grabbed it because there wasn't another option here. Desperately needs to get this now, and it is No Risk making up for his past transgressions, and it's a point-blank shot there with the Trizuka. Folks, if those tri-strikes had landed there, that paint was going to be enough. There was going to be coverage to steal that game away. So No Risk grabbing it in that spot, then trying to stall it out. It was in an awkward spot, and instead comes back and gets a couple there. Now Nobunaga falling off the side of the map, probably not what was intended there, I would wager, but it's in a really, really easily defensible spot. Now No Risk gonna try to fight forward. Gray gonna close it out there, but there's so much blue ink. If they can even get to this Rainmaker, Grando gonna go ahead and get another shot. Scar is gonna have to choose between hitting this Rainmaker and firing at people, and now No Risk just going to sit there. Yep, fill that up, make it as blue as possible, force the opponent to pop it all the way through, and then they have a chance to try to make it happen. But not if you're going to get Trizuka shooting right at it. And game 1 today is the best day. Magic, I gotta be honest with you here. With the exception of the one Rainmaker specific misplay, today is the best day. Controlled that game. And controlling a game, I would argue, is almost scarier than dominating a game.
Yeah. They had it in their clutches the entire time. Right? It felt like a one little shakeup, but other than that, it was all according to plan. It was all under exactly what they had predicted, what they were planning to do from the start, and they executed flawlessly, except for that one shakeup. It was really that clean.
Yeah. And again, Nobunaga's crazy shots there, just allowing a team like AR, we are so used to them because they have Gray, because they have Kiver, and certainly if Scar is going to be switching back over to the ballpoint, they just take map. Map control in favor of AR is one of the sentences that has left my mouth more than any other here. It is just synonymous with AR. They get control of the map, they work up, they shark around, they make their big plays, and they punish you over and over. They never even got the opportunity to gain solid map control. The push that they got wasn't even because they worked up and got map control. They took a couple down. The Rainmaker was in an awkward spot, and they pushed it forward, and were almost able to steal that win from it. So if this is what it's going to look like when they have to find a way through, it's going to be rough sledding for them. Now, what I will say is Clam Blitz, as of late, has been kind of revealed as a mode that Japan struggles on comparatively to the rest of what they're able to do. Fundies will carry you far, to steal an old fighting game term, but there are lots of instances where you see that they don't maybe have the best grasp on this mode. They certainly don't play it a ton, but if there was ever a mode you'd be happy to see if you're AR, it's this one.
Oh, for sure. They've been playing it for so long at this point. They definitely understand exactly how the flow changes, because it is very different from the other three ranked modes, because of the fact that there's no one static objective, right? It's kind of two objectives, and then there's little small objectives all riddled throughout in the middle. It's basically turf war, but it's not at the same time. It's so complicated. So at the end of the day, they have a good grasp, and they're going to be able to control these areas, I hope, a little bit better, especially with Kyo on something like that slosher. But it's gonna all come down to whether or not AR can get clean picks, because that's not what they were doing last game. They weren't getting them clean, and Kyo was trading out. Kiver was getting caught sharking, getting caught in some awkward spots, diving forward. They need to start cleaning that up and start communicating. This is always what we see, what we've seen for so long, as the difference between what we see in the play of these Japanese teams and the play in the West, is they are always together, they're always trading out, they're always one step ahead, so that they can get them down without going down themselves.
A big breather coming in on the other side. We're going to see a major shift here, and it's a shift that I like to see. Scar switching over to the bucket, with no disrespect to your ballpoint. I agree that if you're going to go on Clam Blitz here and you feel like you need to fight, you feel like you were pushed too far away, or you just feel like Nobunaga was making your life very difficult, switch over to here and try to fight it out. But whatever decision was made in the pregame, the game itself, Magic, a very different story thus far.
Speaking of Nobunaga making your life horrible, just getting two quick ones on the end zap from Gray, and then on Kyo diving forward. Gonna have the trick strikes at the ready, but oh, all right, they made a good defensive hold right there. A couple of nice specials, and they were able to get them, but No Risk is dancing around in their bunker, not gonna be able to find anything. Finally, they're able to get back map control, like you mentioned. This is what AR is best at doing. They can just keep this train rolling. This is gonna be a good push.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of what I meant earlier when I said that not quite as good at playing it there. You saw that Nobunaga had some clams to work through, but the way that they pushed it kind of got shuffled around, as Nobunaga finally will have the reign of terror ended there. Shuma with some sharp shooting to close it out the other way, but that was a position where Today is the Best Day probably should have scored quite a few points. They had a wipeout, they had map control, and they had their backliner being the one carrying the power clam. So there's some facets of this they haven't quite pieced together as a mode, but stopping it with only 23 points for the other team there. A very successful defense by any measure, but now again, they've got to prove that they can push forward and attack and score some of these.
She was doing an interesting little thing there, trying to get fall off with the primary fire of the crab tank instead of just using the secondary shots. and sneaks back, and I think it was spotted by one of those players, but Gray doesn't find him in time. The jumps come through, and they're going to be able to snag the clams as well. Another jump comes through. Is he going to find the shot through the trip strike? Not going to be able to this time around, but is going to be able to live. Kyo going to have to try, and no! The jump away comes through! Shuma gets out scot-free and is going to have the crab to hold this one down in the mid. That was ridiculous. This is what you were talking about.
It is ridiculous. Such a good player. And yeah, there's the crab tank there. That's why you try to take it out. They are able to get 2 out there, so they're going to end up here better in the exchange. But I want to call out Gray putting down that suction bomb before he died. Killed the player who was jumping after they threw in. If Gray doesn't get that down, there are 2 people at their back, and they are probably still scoring, and the game might be over. So incredible presence to see that immediately throw it down despite the shots coming at him. Great presence from Gray. But the small advantage they've created themselves, they have already lost here. Nobunaga now set up once again in mid. Misses a shot there, actually. A pretty open shot there onto Kiver. And hold on, this is where it's really rough to play this. Now Scar is moving forward. AR just has to piece together some of these clams. Calls for the shuffle. They will score it, and they've got some good specials. Do they have any follow-up with clams, though?
I don't think that they were able to find the picks, but barely Kyo able to dash forward using that slash from the wiper, and they're going to be able to land that last clam in to get the lead. That's the lead. It's not a safe lead. It's not a great lead, but it is one lead, and they've got a low penalty for their troubles. Going to go down here on the rerun, though. Okay, it's not going to be too dangerous, but there's still a lot of pressure coming their way, and this lead is probably just going to go right back into the favor of today is the best day.
Well, they're going to have to jump somebody through to do it. No, they did. Nobunaga swam right forward and got way more than I thought he probably should have gotten out of that. Kiver walks around just to make sure nobody is going to be able to get a jump through, feeling that there may be some pressure forward. I thought that they had played that defense almost perfectly, but one more swimming through. Now they got to deal with Grando, and Grand is going to make you pay for it as well. That's another one down. Off on the bunker. I know it's a slosher, folks, but these are not easy angles to hit consistently. Now No Risk is up there as well. Shuma, you know, is not going to be far behind, and they have to stabilize now. They've done it. Great job there by Scar getting those shots quickly off and can't get away. Again, it feels like they're so close to breaking through here. One power claim and change is going to be enough. Do they know where Shuma is? The answer is yes. He's revealed himself. They still have plenty of time here, and they actually went ahead and grabbed their pity clam magic here. That's a huge resource for the end of the game. They're putting it all on this push.
They're putting it all on this push, and they've got the resources to do it. They've got a couple of specials. Here comes the trip strikes. Scar is going to go down, though, on that slosher. Maybe not feeling so comfortable, but overall, still a good opportunity. They have to try and shoot through these specials. This two-active cooler is not going to be able to save them enough, though. They're still going down too far, too quick, and there's an open lane. There's nobody here on the defense. They've got a good opportunity, but if this clam goes in, as soon as that timer hits 0, it's curtains. That's it. All the players went down.
They all went down, and look at this. Grand is just grabbing clams, so there's not even an opportunity for AR to build a power clam. And earlier when I said they grabbed that power clam, I clinched up a little bit. That's one of those, again, if it works, you're a genius. If it doesn't, that's what it looks like. If the opponent gets map control within the last, let's say, 20 seconds of the game, they're going to take the clams, toss them around to each other, put them where you can't get them, and you won't have a say in it. And today is the best day. Gave up, what, one lead over the course of that entire set. Looked so strong. That's our number 3 seeded Japanese team. It's our number 6 seed in the tournament. And they will get a commanding 2-0 victory over AR. Magic, I'm going to be honest, I'm a little stunned here.
I am too. Like, both of those games were actually very close in terms of the score. Right, you could argue that Rainmaker game was in control of today's the best day, but all in all, AR put up some really good fights, but just not able to get those pushes rolling as consistently as they needed to. It seemed like every time they wanted to try and get something going, it just fell too many down, right? All of a sudden, the momentum was gone. The wind was taken out of their sails, and I think it was surgical by today's the best day. They knew exactly that Alliance Rogue was going to try and play with that momentum, knew exactly how they were going to try and retake those positions, and just were in the right spots at the right time. Garando getting some of those nice sloshes, Shuma being in the rattiest of positions, in those ink puddles, trying to eke out a couple of plays, and then Nobunaga. we don't even need to talk more. We're going to be seeing more of that Charger, I'm sure. But for now, we're going to move on to the next portion of the bracket. That's a little heartbreaking if you're an AR fan.
They have had their time. AR, Starburst, and Jackpot, the only 3 teams in history that have made it to the semifinals in SWC. They've also been at every SWC, so they've gotten these opportunities, but you can see right there, AR down 2-0, Starburst down 2-0. The only remaining team, once again, Magic, every single time, one final team left in semifinals against 3 Japanese juggernauts. And you can see it at the top there. New situation, the top seed in this team, featuring the protagonist who also is Thanos somehow, which doesn't seem like it should be possible, against Jackpot. And I gotta say, if you are Jackpot and you pull off this victory, it doesn't matter who we line up against from you. You have proven that you can take on the very best in the world. This is gonna be our first semifinal. We are moving to best of 5. This is where things get serious.
This is where things get serious. This is where the rules change just a slight bit and the pressure changes a lot. This is every time that you think you have a good angle, all of a sudden they throw something new at you. New situation especially can have that flexibility that you might not expect. They can come up with something fresh, something clean, something that a lot of people might have discounted beforehand. This is going to be the true test for Jackpot. And if they can withstand this, they've got a very good chance to take home the entire trophy. If not, I can't say that I didn't see it coming, but overall, I'm optimistic.
Well, optimism is an incredibly powerful tool. We'll hope that the main weapons that they bring in are the second most powerful tools that they have here. I will say, if you are Jackpot, this tournament exists for this matchup, right? The entire premise of the SWC brand, when it originally came together back towards the end of Splatoon 2, was we were in the COVID era. We could not have the traditional world championships anymore, and that was a gap that was felt. It's not easy to get together everybody from all the different regions, fight through all of the different language barriers that they are, and try to put on an event like this. And even now, it's still pretty difficult, given that, again, we can only play it online, and there's always going to be one team, one region that is screwed over in terms of their time zone. But it's the best that we can make right here. And again, it exists for this matchup. This is right now the number 1 Japanese team. I know it's a pickup, it's a bit of a misnomer, but play ball with me here, versus the team that is demonstrated at the top of North America right now in Jackpot. This is what we wanted to see, and I'm also being told that that's not what we're going to see, Magic. It looks like we're hopping to the other side of the bracket.
No, I guess they already had today's the best day here. They're bringing them back. Listen, we are just here to talk. That's all we're here to do. I'm here to talk about video game, and talk about video game is what I shall do. And in video game, we have Team A versus Team B, and I talk about Team A and I talk about Team B, and that's what we're gonna do. So Pixie Monster versus Today is the Best Day. Overall, 2, like I mentioned, very distinct teams with different play styles, and I think that this is where we're going to start to see some of that expression come through and how they start approaching these, and we're going to see it in full because we're going to see these longer sets.
Man, this is there was a conversation I wanted to have earlier back during the Pixie Monster Starburst set, but things started to change way too quickly and I had to shelve it, so now I'm going to reach up to the top shelf and grab it back down here. And that is the very human element of fighting against weapons that are unconventional to you. Because we can theory craft, we can put things down on paper, but sometimes you have to, cash out and prove good on your thought process. There was a moment in that Pixie Monster Starburst game on Hagglefish Market where you could just tell that there was a bit of unfamiliarity with fighting against a top level squeezer. And Toto, one of the inventors of the weapon in Splatoon 2, and certainly still strong with it here. It shoots a little further than you think. It shoots a little faster than you think. You forget that it has walls, so you try to rush it down, and that's exactly what it was hoping for. It reminds me of another tournament that we got to commentate together, Magic, by the name of SWC, the first one actually. And it reminds me of when Niagara opted to use the mini Splatling. And I remember thinking at the time, like, oh my God, Starburst hasn't fought against one of these in ages. You could see that they were poking around, they were getting in and out of their breaks, and they were just a little unfamiliar with how far it shot. And when I say the human element of playing against it, it's because that's one of those things that you can't really quantify. And unless you have nerves of steel, it gets in your head. You say, wait, it shoots that far? And at that point, now it's already moving forward. You have to fight it again. You haven't been able to put it into practice the other time. And, as we talk so much about the Charger, about this Squeezer, about this Tentarilla that Chikashi has been running, it's one of the reasons why I love this tournament series so much. I think if you look by and large at Japanese Splatoon, you're going to see, I would say, per capita, a lot of the same stuff that we play. But the true artisans and masters of their weapon generally reach the top because they've done it for so long, and they're able to play with other top players like this, and you get to see what these weapons look like at the top level. And it's always such a treat, such a charm, and we're going to see two of those types of teams play against each other in this set.
I will add on, and then, going back to that Niagara point, and then he pulled out Rapid Blaster Deco, which none of these teams have seen in so long as well. And it was just one of those things where just like, I cannot believe that we just got bamboozled. They didn't actually pick the Bamboozler twice. Twice in a row. And it's one of those things where it's just like, how are we supposed to adapt this quickly? Right? We just got Whiplash once and they're about to give it to us again from the other side. How do you deal with that? Right? And that is the kind of flexibility that a flex player can instill. It can instill a fear of the unknown. And that is so much more scary than anything that you can plan.
Yeah, I'm glad that you used the term whiplash, because that's us here in the commentary booth feeling the whiplash. Imagine how the players themselves are feeling right now, like, oh, come on, we just tried to counterpick this, and now you've switched it up once again. Let's see what these teams are going to bring to the action here. If the weapons are unfamiliar to you, the map and mode certainly won't. We're starting off on Splat Zones, and we are going to bring it right back to the Mako Marts. Sugi switching back over now, once again, why not, to apparently a special that can take it. This is the composition that Pixio Monster brings to Splat Zones. And on the other side, we're seeing a lot of the same compositional choices from Today is the Best Day that we did in their last set.
Now, I will say that Toto is not a stranger to these Splatanas. Toto used the Stamper back in a couple of the area cups that we casted together to great effect before it really started taking off, when it was still probably one of the key weapons in the meta in those early days of Splatoon 3. But right here seems very familiar. But speaking of familiar, it's a very familiar spot to be in this corner on Mako Mart, because you are backed all the way up and there are 3 specials about to gun you down.
Yep. It's interesting here. Typically, Sugi is the player that switches over and ends up being the missile farmer here. I guess that they really want Sugi on this type of weapon instead, and they really believe in the Jet Squelcher, because instead they're putting Toto on over that, and the only weapon that Toto feels comfortable playing it is this Wiper. So it's an interesting concession that they have made, and right now a concession is exactly what it is. I don't even know how they got the zone there, but once again, in typical Pixio Monster fashion, despite being in a horrible situation, they got the flip and will give themselves a new lease on life. You can see Nobunaga knows exactly where the threat is coming from, firing forward. I don't even know where Chikashi went off, but Chikashi was trying to protect somebody else, and the trap is set and works. Now Nobunaga has to run away, but instead opts to double back here, firing and couldn't get a full charge at the tap instead. And the smallest of margins there, Pixio Monster getting away with murder once again. Will move forward, attack, and go for the punish, except they run into Shuma, who is now once again squirreling about and making it impossible to take down. Finally does go down, but that might have given the rest of the team enough breathing room to build some specials and to come in. But man, I feel like I'm back in Area Cup once again, Magic.
I think that Sugi's a lineup Larry and just has full confidence in these Inkvac shots, because he perfectly capped that zone again. a second time, and I think that he's just putting his full faith in this Jet Squelcher, and for good reason. He's got the ink back once again, and could try and stall the zone, tries to, not able to be super effective without the rest of his team at his side, but now they're joining him. He's going to try and get this splash off of that trite stack. Not going to be able to find it. Finally, a player going down. Looks like they're breaking some kind of headway, and he's moving right along. This is a very aggressive position. Like you mentioned, Pixie Monster loves putting this Jet Squelcher into those forward positions. I think it's just part of what their playing style is.
Yeah, well, again, understanding where the threat is coming from, the one thing you can't do in that spot is let Nobunaga regain his footing. So if you know Nobunaga's isolated, get a couple shots there, get him to jump out. Worst case scenario, he hides and you back up, and you've essentially traded paint even Stevens. But as we've been talking about this, Pixio Monster has taken the lead here. Grando going back there, they should be able to take the zone and are able to, but they have not found really solid footing for a while. They're launching themselves and take out Momo, who could not get away in time. But the paint pressure that Pixio Monster has put on, they've been able to stabilize. Finally, that stabilization is going to be broken through. Magic, they're going to certainly give up the lead here. Can they get more?
So, we talked about how Pixie Monster did well breaking through one Tacticooler, but can they break through two? And it's looking like it's not going to be able to. At this point, the Toto goes down with the missiles on hand. That's so unfortunate. Instead, they're going to have to rely on just these trip strikes to get themselves back in and stall the zone with that ink vac. But the slosher from the top left area is going to be able to play spoiler at least a little bit. Sugi again lands that ink vac shot to instantly cap the zone and gives them another lease on life. And this time they're really putting the wear on the bank, because they've taken out so many loans. But they're going to be able to go through this one more time.
What in the world is this interest rate here? You can't just continue to take out loans. At some point, you have to pay back the bank, and we'll see if they're able to do it. Toto nowhere near these missiles right now, and you have to imagine that if Sugi doesn't find great value out of this, they're going to lose this zone. They've managed to hold on to it, and finally it does get lost. Sugi opts to fire it forward and took out Nobunaga there, so that might have been the best of a bad situation. Now No Risk goes down as well. I don't know exactly how far he was into his next Tacticooler. You saw from that respawn time was clearly Tacticoolered up. They've now baited Shuma out, desperately needs to get it, but Shuma says no, gets another, that's two down. Shuma single-handedly breaking this game back open, now hungry for more and going to fight it. I think it may be time to pay back the bank, and the interest rate awfully high, Magic.
And they have not made their money's worth. They need to start really cooking something up. They need to start really making sure that their business plans have got these investments locked down. They've got at least a cap on the zone, and Nobunaga as well, but Shuma's on this crab. There's two people left on this last line of defense, and they're going to be able to cap the zone on the side of Pixie Monster. Toto is going to be able to try and jump back in, but there's still one player left, and that is that slosher. The trip strikes come through, and I don't think there's enough paint.
Oh, so close there. If Toto had gotten back and was able to take out one of the painters on the other side, it might have been enough. Pixio Monster almost did that darn Pixio Monster thing, but today is the best day. Just enough time. The double Tacticooler giving them multiple chances to make it through. And you know, eventually, when you've got a Splash-O-Matic and you've got No Risk, one of the best painters to ever do it on the NZAP, eventually they are going to at least neutralize the zone. But God, Pixio Monster refuses to play a game of Splat zones that doesn't make my heart go crazy.
Oh yeah, and I think that's their entire plan, is actually just to put on a show, is actually just to make sure that the entire hundreds of people watching get completely invested into their gameplay. I think that they're trying to spout some propaganda. That is my conspiracy theory. So shoutouts to them. They have been doing a fantastic job of neutralizing the pressure from the Tacticoolers. And I want to know exactly what you think has been the key. Has it been a certain special? Has it been a playstyle? Has it been a certain sub combination? Or has it just been their coordination?
I mean, that's the million-dollar question here. If you're able to piece all that together, you find ways to win games that you wouldn't have before. There are just these moments. A term I use a lot is the order of operations, where you understand what the key moment is at that time, and whoever is closest or best equipped to see to that task simply does it in the heat of the moment. There was one moment in that game, you called it out brilliantly, and I want to follow up on it, where desperately needing to make a push back in, Pixio Monster was sitting back and building up their specials, and Shuma took a dive to take out Toto in that situation and traded. But you trade your life for missiles. I don't even know if Toto was tacticalered up. If he was tacticalered up, then this is, maybe a bit of a misnomer there. But when Shuma dives in there, understanding that the missiles are the best take-back tool to force people out and create a sustained push, you're okay to make that trade. And if you are tacticalered up or running quick respawn, all the better to make it happen. But that's not something that you and your team call out and make a play in the heat of the moment there. You don't say, hey, Shuma, go take out their missile user. It's simply that Shuma sees somebody there, recognizes an immediate firing of the neurons that, hey, that's a big threat, let's go take care of it. And the ramifications play out for the next 30 seconds. Everything changes from that one decision. And when you reach a certain level of Splatoon, you recognize those things and make those decisions. You make the winning play more often than not. Sometimes you aren't able to execute it. It happens. We're human. But it's why analyzing and commentating these games in real time is so enjoyable, but also such a challenge, because we can't keep up with all of it. We do our very best, and we do get the eye in the sky, but it's why this is such a pleasure to do, and why I'll wake up at any hour of the night to come and watch these games.
Yeah, exactly. It enlightens so much about the really intricate workings, and I think what that is shining a light on is the fact that those split-second decisions, not only do you need to be making those, but you need to be trusting that the rest of your team is making those same split-second decisions as you are at the same time, so that you can all work towards the same goal in an unspoken way, because otherwise you won't be able to communicate it in time. You just have to work together on it. And that is the magic of really when synergy happens in Splatoon. It is a beautiful, feeling once you start figuring that out, and you can try and plan for it ahead of time, right? You can try and call out hey, I really think that we should take out that missile user first so that we can open up these pushes. But in the moment, you just have to recognize it and go for it, and that is the hardest thing to do, and that is why these players are here and in this position, and why we are the ones talking about it, and why the viewers are the ones who are seeing it in awe.
Yeah, if you're just joining us on a nice Sunday morning, welcome. Hope you're enjoying your coffee and your cereal here. We are in the semifinals round of the tournament thus far. The first 4 matches of the quarterfinals have been finished. We are currently watching Today is the Best Day, who got a 2-0 victory over Alliance Rogue, over Pixio Monster, or against Pixio Monster, rather, who got a 2-0 victory over Starburst. On the top half of the bracket, we have Jackpot. They were able to get the win over Greasy Goblins. And then you've got, I guess, just to colloquially say, because I can't remember the name, you got Melon and them boys of New Situation who are fighting against Jackpot on the top half of the bracket. New Situation did get the 2-0 over Crush Soda. So we've had 4 sets in 8 games to be played. The best still yet to come here in the Splat World Championship Summer 2023. And that is the bookkeeping magic.
I'm not calling them anything other than Melon and the Boys from now on. I want that as a band name, a T-shirt. I want grungy Splatoon aesthetic on it, all over. That is, I mean, that.
We say Melon and the Boys because in the back of my head, I'm like, all right, it's a championship winning team that Melon is on. I was like, you're gonna have to be way more specific there, Brain. Do
you know how little that narrows it down?
I do not. It does not narrow it down one bit. Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. We knew we were going to get here eventually. Let's take a look here. It's going to be the same composition that PXM brought out previously. This is the first time that we're going to see the members of Today is the Best Day on Tower Control Magic, and it doesn't look like they've been pressed to change up too much, with the exception of a little tiny gun being wielded by No Risk here. The Splattershot Jr. is out and alive.
Now, this is something I did not foresee. I saw it on the card, did not think it would happen. Did not think it would happen at all. No Risk, a great junior player. We saw No Risk in Splatoon 2 definitely wield this thing to its fullest effect, but it has not seen super high level play in Splatoon 3. nothing really changed except for the special, which has a lot of opportunity with it, but gets shredded easily. A lot of people are calling it the worst special in the game, and right now you're seeing why. It's not getting that much value, and there's not a whole lot that they can do when these massively hyper shredding weapons are running at their faces, and they're already going towards the second checkpoint.
Yeah, arguably worst special in the game, meet arguably best special in the game. They're the Inkjet absolutely blowing open this Bats area, and I can think of few players I would want up here less than Chikashi. What in the world are you supposed to do against this guy, especially when he has this vantage point? Watch out, this game is dangerously close to ending right now. He's still got one shot left, and it connects with the target. Nobunaga goes down. No Risk is going to try to get behind and make something happen, and it may have been just enough by turning them that way. They weren't able to pre-fire against Grando. Grando moves forward and takes it out, and Shuma wins his own 1v1 to give themselves a new chance here and at least a fresh start at getting back to mid. But man, what an opening statement there from Pixio Monster.
And really, Toto on this squeezer looks like it's making all the difference. The wall to keep up the pressure, the range to make sure they're fighting from afar, and these double Zuka compositions work so well with the angles on this map. Momo going down here. A player we haven't really talked too much about, but Momo's also been holding it down on the side of Pixio Monster, using that end zap, creating these openings with the Tacticooler. It's an important job, it's just not super often talked about because it's very much far away from the action. Seeing the paint going on here, they've got the Tacticooler down, and now we're ready to open things up.
See how they opt to set it up here. It looks like they're going to Tacticooler up, and yeah, this one might be a little bit broken for the time being. They got to Suki before Suki could really set up and start turreting, and yeah, good luck against a Tri-Slosher close range like that when they're already firing. It does appear that they got somebody back behind. Of course, it's Chikashi. Why did they even guess it? But that's going to throw a little bit of a wrench in the push here, because that's going to mean the other members are up, and because they're tactical, they're going to move forward fairly fearlessly. Toto did go down there, but again, they were able to get their specials up because of the time that Chikashi bought them. Will it be enough, though? All the specials coming out here to defend the tower, and Grand, the one that you want moving forward there with a head full of steam. Nice job breaking this open. One or two of these pushes or picks go down. This checkpoint is in danger, Magic.
Garando is moving with some crazy kind of movement text there. They're going to break the second checkpoint with the help of that bubble, which I underestimated, and I'm sorry I ever did, No Risk. They're going to be able to keep this one rolling. They're going to toe touch the tower, try and stall it. They're not moving forward. They're not moving further into enemy ink, but they're also keeping it where they can see it and where it can be used effectively to restart another push, because they've got the ink back once again, and they're going to be able to stall once again. This is their strategy. They're just trying to get these stalling specials and keep the points moving, and the players can't actually go around them. Nobunaga is on this tower, and they're going to be riding towards the end of this checkpoint. No Risk is on the other side, but they've got the jumps coming through. The Zuka able to take down the jumps, and Garanda is not able to find it. That's a wipeout after a very, very scary push, and I saw it coming, but it was so close to fulfilling the promise. Now it's just going to be a matter of who gets this last push.
There's an apex of every push where you know there's one or two more members who, if they survive long enough, are going to have a special. And when you aren't able to take out Chikashi, keep in mind that thing is painting and building special passively the entire time, was able to save up and get the Trizuka at the very last moment. Took two people out, scattered a couple more, and the others jumped on the opportunity. But make no mistake, today is the best day, still very much in control of the game here. With one or two more members going down, they're going to get an opportunity to push. Once again, it is Chikashi Tacticoolered up, diving in. Is going to scatter them a little bit, but they took him down so quickly, Magic. Look at that. They're all going to get Tacticoolered up. They're going to be able to neutralize these specials. They're going to have to do it with their main weapons.
This is the opportunity. This is the cycling. They just need to make it a couple more plays. They need to start getting these picks right now. Tacticooler goes down on the side of Pixio Monster. The Inkjet's online, and there are three down. No Risk is on this tower, and there's nobody looking to stop him. Momo able to dive forward and put some bombs in the tower that's going to be able to land, but no! There's still one more, and they're not able to find it. Today is the best day. They are deciding that this is the day they're going to go all the way.
Oh my goodness, player after player diving in, just like on the tips of our tongues. It's this player, then it's Chikashi, then it's Nobunaga, then it's Shuma, then it's Momo, and thank goodness for Tacticooler, man. Keeping all of that so fun. No Tacticooler in the Worlds. those all go down, and the last 10 seconds of that game are the tower moving by itself back to the middle of the game. But because of Tacticooler, we were on the edge of our seats for the entirety of the end of it there. And woof, today is the best day. We said entering that last minute, make no mistake about it, today is the best day, was in control of that game. And once they were able to neutralize the specials with the combination of the Big Bubbler and the Ink Vac, it was going to be a battle of the main weapons. When you have control of your opponent's plat on Inkblot Art Academy, you are to be favored, and they made good on that theory crafting. So now, it is a best of 5, folks. Pixio Monster not out of it yet, but they will need to win 3 games in a row. We will be playing through, at the very least, one more mode. That mode is going to be Rainmaker. If we go to Game 4, it'll be on Clam Blitz, and Game 5, if necessary, would loop all the way back to Zones. But man, today is the best day. They're looking sharp, my friend. Very sharp.
It does not look like tomorrow is in sight. I will put it that way. They have looked so clean on all fronts. Being able to utilize that slosher perfectly alongside the Tacticooler to keep those pushes flowing. You working with Juma to make those openings happen. No risk, able to just be absolutely stellar on those special placements, on the timings to make sure that he can dance around. And then obviously that wonderful charger that we've been talking about so much has been the centerpiece of this entire operation. And it works. It seems to work every time. It doesn't even matter what mode it's on. The aggression always comes through, not on the E-liter, but on the quicker Splat charger.
All right, we're going to take a break. And I guess since we have a short break here, if it's all right, we may as well inform the audience of the maps that these players are going to be able to choose from. Because one of the nice things about this particular SWC is that we had a map list that was chosen by the competitors. All the teams got polled, got to suggest certain maps for each mode, and we got ourselves a very nice map list to play from here. Splat zones on Museum, Mahi, Makomart, Barnacle, and Dime. Tower control on Hagglefish, Inkblot Art Academy, Sturgeon Shipyard, Mako Mart. We had Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, Undertow Spillway, Manta Maria, Humpback Pump Track, and Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge, Museum, Manta Maria, and Barnacle and Dime. So that's one of the nice things about these exhibition championship style formats, Magic, is you can do things like this where you say, hey, 32 players that are on these 8 teams, pick your maps. It's this event is for you. Pick the map list that you want. And you get to see a map list like this where, again, there's no questions, no arguments to be had, no fingers to point. This was chosen by the players for this particular event. And we've gotten to see some great matches because of it.
Exactly. These are the maps, not only where the players are most comfortable, but most often the players pick these maps because they feel it is the most even. They feel it is the best competition possible on these stages because not only is it, it doesn't favor, quote unquote, the attackers or the defenders super well, or if it does favor one side, it means that there's a good opportunity for both of those teams to have those opportunities. And speaking of opportunities, Undertow Spillway is ripe with them because of how crazy this situation can get, because of all the openings and pathways that people can take. There's a lot of opportunity to be creative in the ways that you take these routes. This is just one of those options, and it's awesome that the players and the TOs could just come and sit on an agreement, because oftentimes in those open tournaments, it can become a point of contention if the players aren't playing on maps that they feel let them play the best at their ability.
Love a good Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. We've seen some of the best matches of Rainmaker played on this map, and as soon as this game came out, we kind of knew that it was going to be a good one. Interesting on the Sheldon's picks there to note that we have a custom Jet Squelcher. We'll see both of these teams willing to bring out Jet Squelchers in the past. Let's take a look. It doesn't appear that Sugi's going to be bringing it out. And on the other side, well, what are we saying? Nobunaga's not going to be bringing it out either. So we have got much the same as we saw in those last games. The one big difference here is that Momo has stayed on, and I'm so happy to say it, the Squeezer, instead of going back over to what is probably a Splat Zones only Wiper Deco.
Exactly. Ink Zuka is absolutely terrifying here. If you can get up into that far left pathway where that checkpoint is, there the arcs are so nice there. It's very able to wreak havoc. But speaking of wreaking havoc, these tacticooler players are just trying to fly forward. All of a sudden, they're in a good spot to try and make this checkpoint happen, and one of the players is already up so far forward. Garando is able to get all the way up there, seemingly without any opposition. They're breaking the checkpoint, and they can easily go for a really big push here, but that is a huge vacuum from Chikashi. Not able to break through are the members of Today's the Best Day. They're going to stop at the doorstep, saying, no, we are not letting you in. This is our house.
It's kind of interesting to think here. You were saying Grando's up front. I'm like, oh yeah, Grando tacticoolered up makes sense. And I'm like, wait, no, Grando is their only tacticooler here. They have swapped over to a double vanilla splatter shot comp, so they are saying we just want to be able to fight all over the place and not have to worry about any set play or working through with our tacticooler. It's not a bad thought here, and we know what Trizuka's capable of, but it does mean that you're probably not going to be tacticoolered up all that much. You don't want Grando to be passive, and already the lead switching over here. Right now, the members of Pixio Monster going to keep pestering them on this side. This push is not yet done. The threat's not yet done. The Parabola may have other things to say about it, but no, Suki's going to swim forward and steal a couple more points, because why not?
But I think that this is why they switched off of that double tacticooler, is because they want to be able to shred those tent shields at a moment's notice. It is so threatening to get up into that corner where it's one hallway and that tent umbrella can shield you from the entirety of the onslaught. It's very easy to make those pushes with the tent umbrella. I say as a person who is on a team with a tent umbrella player, very easy once you get up there and you can just follow the tent shield. But they're able to counteract it. They have the plans in place, and because of that, although the other team gets the lead, Today's the Best Day. Well, they might have a little bit of a rough road ahead of them, but they have the opportunity to make it happen.
Yep, and a classic, a clinic on the seen threat, unseen threat there that has got Pixio Monster in this position right now. You saw immediately Chikashi use that ink vac in the middle of the map. Everybody looks at that, and suddenly all the other members of Pixio Monster rush forward in that slight moment that you have blinked, and this is all because of that. That was an admirable carry of the Rainmaker. Took out 2 or 3 players there and held on to it for a long time, but it's still not a great position. Sugi going to run it forward and steal even a few more points down into the 20s. This is more of what we're used to seeing, and it is just going to be Momo there. Let's see how cheeky Momo opts to get here. I don't know that Momo's there. Okay, now they definitely know. No, they don't. Shuma missed it.
Wait, what?
I am stunned.
No.
What are you going to do? How far are you going to go? Momo jumps out, closes it out. They immediately collapse on. That's how short the window of opportunity was. But hey, why not? Let's melt a couple more seconds off the clock.
This is it. This is the stalling tactic. 23, a very safe push. And again, like we saw in the jackpot game, this is where you start to try and start bleeding. This is where you try and just play those stalling tactics. Don't even let them get close if you can help it. Try and dump all your specials out while they're still in the mid ground, and they're going to be able to do so. Trying to fight this inkjet, not going to be able to land those shots. The dipping and diving and verticality changes, not going to be able to track it. Is that splatter shot. This is Today's the Best Day, looking like they're going to lose the first game of the set as soon as I say that.
Magic, I've been proven wrong. I said 2 shots could change the complexion of a game. How about 1 shot? That's all Nobunaga needs there. Got the Rainmaker carrier and Chikashi with 1 shot. Yeah, this whole thing is now on its head here. If they can take a moment here and slow down, right now Nobunaga in a great spot and has the ink vac. Remember, they broke through that checkpoint there. If they're able to position this ink vac properly, they could take not only the lead, but get all the way to the pedestal within the range of that. Now the ink vac's coming from both sides here. No shots are going to hit anybody for the time being. This is so bizarre. There's so many particle effects on the map, and it fires forward. Nobunaga trying to get forward. But eventually you knew that Pixio Monster was going to find their footing. Yeah, no risk, no place to hide there. Oh my god, absolute madness on the board for the time being. They're going to leave this thing orange and camp it for all that it's worth. But my goodness, what a wild final sequence that was.
It was very close to going very wrong for Pixio Monster, but they're going to try and claw their way back with their monster claws and get their first game of the set. They're keeping their tournament run alive, and very well done, all in all. Like, they had control when they had their opportunities. They pushed quickly and backed out when they needed to, and they tried to stall the clock and did it perfectly both times. It was a very principled Rainmaker game, and we're gonna have to see if they can just keep that going with Clam Blitz. We saw they did well last time, so let's see if they can continue.
Man. This is I mean, when you get to see crazy plays be made by all of these players, man, getting a little marble mouthed and tongue tied here. But when Nobunaga hit that shot, I thought that they were immediately going to be able to push over to that left side, get set up the way that they wanted to, and go through there. But Nobunaga opted to sit up and fire at the great area, and that's not a decision that is made for no reason there. They felt that there was still a threat up there that they wanted to clear before they put everything into that final push, or they felt, if nothing else, they were at least going to get 2 cracks at it. But when that pesky ink vat came out there from Chikashi on that side, and then the other ink vat comes out in response, it's just this bizarre form of stalemate that, I mean, we haven't seen it at all over the course of Splatoon 3's history. It's simply been an undertuned special, but in that moment, everyone's like, do I shoot? Do I throw a bomb? Do I just try to build special here? Well, what do I do? Even my Rainmaker shot is getting eaten alive, and it just created this awkward moment where all of the momentum, even though today is the best day, was in a better position to make that push, just got totally stalled out, and they didn't have really any way to deal with Chikashi's ink vac there, because again, you had one player in ink vac, you had one player who had the Rainmaker and couldn't fire at the ink vac, and nobody else was back behind Chikashi because Chikashi was flanking. What a just ludicrous situation. I knew we were going to talk a lot about Tacticooler today. I'll be frank, I did not think we'd be talking so much about ink vac, and certainly not the interactions between 2 ink vacs.
It's also an interesting point that I thought that I noticed, and I'm pretty sure looking back on it now that it's what happened. Nobunaga went forward and decided to shoot at those grates, right? Thinking that one of their teammates would pick it up, and I think that they went to pick it up, but did not get it in time. They were stuck in an Inkzuka shot or something, and because of that, they had to repop the Rainmaker, and that takes precious time, and I think that time was really what stalled them out long enough for the members of Pixie Monster to reset, get that ink vac, and completely stall them out. That is the difference at this level, is one little mistake like that can turn things around, and that time was unfortunately not enough.
Well, we will get to see Clam Blitz now. We told you earlier how this goes. It's a best of 5, and we're going to start with Splat Zones and loop around all the modes if necessary. So we will have Clam Blitz, and Game 5 will be on Splat Zones if necessary. Going to Scorch Gorge here, and I'll tell you, if I'm Pixio Monster here, I am really happy to see this, because if there was ever a map to play Clam Blitz on where you could let Chikashi go wild, hold down certain parts, break through in a nice way, and then follow up as necessary, this would be the one. You can see here the KO rates, a nice A there. There's an undercover Brella on the Sheldon's picks. I would wager we're not going to see that, but the premise does make sense here. Again, we talk so much about your breakthrough portion of the game and your sustainability portion of the game in Clam Blitz. A Tentabrella going to be so nice for that. On the other side, though, there's going to be a lot of angles that Nobunaga is going to be able to sneak over to on those grates and pick people off as they go to the common defensive positions.
It's also going to be really nice for Chikashi on those grading areas, or even around that elbow where the basket is. It's going to be really nice for those Brella spots to push through, open up lines, and really make sure to wreak some havoc if they can manage to get there, because that high ground is going to be very contested with Garando able to go in and try and slosh over all those Brella shields, which is a thing that can happen with the Tri-Slosher. It's a funny interaction. I hope we get to see it.
Well, this is a little interesting to note here. Toto has switched back to something that you talked about way long ago when we were setting the stage today. When we said the double Kraken, there's been a copious lack of Kraken here. But Toto, one of the best 96 gal deco players that you will ever see as well. When he's tacked up and his RNG is sharp, that's what it looks like. Wasn't able to get the Kraken out here. There was simply too much of a defense on the other side, and Shuma going to run forward with a head of steam. But again, if you're talking about ways to break through, if you feel like you have the sustainability portion of your game down with Chikashi, certainly let's use Kraken as a way to break through. Here's that the members of Today's the Best Day aren't going to fall for it there, but as you're firing forward and moving forward, eventually Chikashi's going to come back and make you pay.
Right, and this is what I was talking about. In coordination with the Kraken, the Tenterbrella suddenly becomes so much more useful and so much more threatening. It's a fascinating interplay of abilities and play styles. And speaking of playstyles, they dive forward towards this basket, and they're going to get respawns from the Tacticooler, but not going to get much else. That's really not a great push if you're on the side of Pixie Monster. You want something a little bit more. Instead, you're going to get one down on this side, and this is a really good-looking push for Today is the Best Day.
Yep, and you can see they just traded Hammer for Chikashi there. Totally fine doing that. Now Grando goes ahead, gets another one down, and scores here. They have taken the lead, not by much, but good. Oh, Soto, you poor soul. I thought for sure you were far enough back, but Grando had other ideas. Now the sustainability has come through. Now Nobunaga is here. This is the pivot point that they need. If Nobunaga can get some shots off here, this push could go even further. Another power clam comes through. Can Shuma break through? It appears not, but every other special on the map is being thrown down here. At this point, the basket is not yet closed. Points are still being scored. And finally, unless there's the world's craziest super jump in, that is going to be the end of the push. But what value they got after what I would argue was a pretty off-balance push at the start, but they found sustainability. They moved the right people up, and now they have to defend.
Chikashi is in here. This is a very nice place for the Tenterbrella to be once again. The jump is going to land, and Momo's going to back out. If they'd gone forward, maybe it could have been enough with another clam, but we're going to hold off on this push for now and give them another chance. Something I really want to point out is that No Risk is now on this wiper instead of a shooter, which is a very far cry from what we've seen from this player, but in this hands, very capable, as we've been seeing. You'll be able to get in and be aggressive and suddenly really cause a lot of disruption, which is so important when you're trying to play against something like a Tenterbrella.
He goes down there. I think it was the main weapon that was able to get that pick there. That hammer almost was, I don't want to say a bad situation at the time, because you probably went for it thinking that you wouldn't be able to get a couple down. Is Sugi going to hold serve in that corner there? Keep that in mind there. This is a part where you can really start to make a push coming back the other way. Shumi uses a crab tank, one of the first crab tanks we've seen here. They're going to maybe try to turn some more points off of this. You can tell that they really saw that there was a moment. They weren't quite sure if they wanted to go all the way in, and instead all they're going to do is shave a couple points off and give some resources back to Today is the Best Day. But you're exactly right. No Risk has been able to identify and separate members of the opposing team here. That's what this weapon is designed to do, and has done a fantastic job of it. But now the two frontliners getting taken down a little too early in conjunction, not going to be able to get away from Sugi, who's been going off this game. It's just No Risk who's fighting things down with Shuma, and they've respawned just in time. Magic, if they had not gotten one of those picks, they would have lost the lead there for sure.
Oh, for sure, and it's crucial to clutch up in those moments. And I think that really, Today's the Best Day has some kind of crazy clutch factor at this point, but there's a lot of things that can happen for Pixie Monster to turn this thing around, but they need to not let too many points through. This power clam is going to jump in, and that's going to be a big deal because the wipeout comes alongside of it, and they've got plenty of clams at the ready. They've got the specials to keep the push going, and I think that that is going to be the jump to do it. That is Today is the Best Day, saying see you tomorrow to Pixie Monster.
The vaunted name of your Pixie Monster falls. 3-1. Today is the Best Day. Well, it might be. At this point, they have one more team to beat in order to win the SWC, the Splatoon World Championship, the best of the best from all over the world. They made light work that last game of Pixie Monster, beat them on their best mode, had an incredible comeback, did lose in the Rainmaker game, but then came back and controlled the flow in the final game of Clam Blitz. A great showing by them, Pixie Monster. Always incredible to watch. A team full of showmen, as you noted earlier there. Fans of the Tenterbrella, of the Squeezer. Today was not your day, but it is the best day.
I mean, not a whole lot else to say. I think you covered it all the bases. That's just how the cookie crumbles. One of these teams, like we talk about so often when we commentate in these early morning extravaganzas, is all of these players are so special in their own rights. Eventually, one of them has to come out on top. Eventually, one team has to eventually eke out the other. And that one is going to be today's the best day for today. Could be a different story tomorrow. And I think that that's the most poetic thing about it. So, knowing all that, we are going to the other side of the bracket. We are going to see Jackpot versus the new situation, Melon and them boys. We're going to see if Jackpot can keep the hopes of the West alive one more time. We've got one last leg in this race.
Well, I will once again set the stage for anyone who just woke up. It's 8:45 on a Sunday morning, so I won't blame you if you've missed the earlier action here, but in the history of the Splatoon World Championships, there has yet to be a non-Japanese team in grand finals. The best of the West have taken their turns in semifinals. Starburst has made it, Jackpot has made it, Alliance Rogue has made it, Starburst has made it again. Now we're looping back through, and apparently it's Jackpot's turn to take another crack at it here. But because they were the 4 seed, they will have to play the top seeded team in the tournament. New situation. Again, to say that this would be the most momentous and incredible victory that the US has won over Japan since the start of Splatoon 2 in a game that just came out. So, put all the asterisks that you want next to it. I wouldn't blame you here. We say all this to set the stage for how big of a win this would be for Jackpot. And the fact of the matter is that this is the final mantle for Jackpot. It's a mantle that, quite frankly, with no disrespect to them, Starburst was never able to cross. This is a hurdle that no one has been able to cross. So we say all that to let you all know how excited we are here. And with the way Jackpot has been playing at their peak, anything is possible.
Anything is possible. But do you know what else is possible? Mother Nature. I decided, because I was curious to see what was going on and why we had switched to the other set, there is some potential connection problems that Jared seemed to be having, and that is why we switched to the other set, according to what I'm reading on the funny website. So, hopefully, that all is mitigated, but you have to wonder if that's still a concern in players' minds as they're going into the set.
We would hope so. For those of you maybe not from the States or not in California, I know everybody in Southern California, please stay safe there. It's a hurricane, a tropical storm in a region that really there is no business being a tropical storm in. A broader statement to be made there if you read between the lines of my wording, but it's we certainly hope that all the players are safe here. Of course, Splatoon certainly secondary. We will keep you up to date as much as we can once players get into the lobby. If they're able to get into the lobby, we will let you know. That is Jared from Jackpot. We would certainly love to see a matchup with both teams at full strength, but we will see if the world allows it right now. Hurricanes generally have different ideas.
Hurricanes generally have a mind of their own. Still, it's going to be interesting to see if, when everything comes down, is Jackpot going to be able to match up, right? These are the best of the best. I mean, Ryukun and Melon are just so tough to manage. You can't try to beat them, you can only hope to contain them. And if they can manage to do that, they have a chance to stall them out, force a mistake, and then try and capitalize on those small opportunities and get those little victories. But if they try and go for it all, I just don't see it working out for them.
Yeah, you talk about containing, and how you work against players of a certain caliber. I remember a conversation I had way back in 2018. It was a Demise and Team Olive set to really, tickle the belly there with waxing poetic of the nostalgic old names and sets back in the 2018 era of Splatoon. I was commentating at the time with Hitzel, and we had this lovely discussion about what it means to play against a team that's incredibly strong and aggressive, and how you do that classic sports cliche. You can only hope to contain him. We were talking about Scar at the time, who, was just absolutely running roughshod over the entire community with shooters at the time. But what Hitzel said is that a lot of what they do is based on timing. Once you reach a certain level of mechanical skill, if someone runs straight forward at you, even with left and right jukes, you're going to be able to take them down. You're going to be able to pre-fire no matter how good somebody is. If you hand them flat ground, it's going to even the odds a little bit. But it's a timing aspect. They play with the eyes of the opponent when they run forward, at what time. They get a sense of when you're going to be off balance. And that is what it means to contain these players in Splatoon, is can you find ways to make sure that even when you're being attacked upon, the walls don't come down entirely? Are you still occasionally throwing a bomb around the left side of Mako Mart? Are you putting some sort of pre-fire around a corner at Hagglefish main stage to make sure that the sloshing machine isn't about to jump out and run over you, or that one of the other weapons hadn't built a charge of sorts? It's these small things to keep in mind and check. And it's players recognizing when nobody else is doing that in the heat of the moment. And Tacticooler, to again harp on the same point, has thrown a major quick respawning wrench into all of this now. All of it now goes faster, and that little mental timer that you have, suddenly you have to recalibrate it. And at a certain point, you just can't keep up with the calibration aspect of it anymore. The game simply moves too quick. So that's the answer that these teams have really, I won't say struggled to find. I would say that both of these teams have taken advantage of that. Jackpot's big rise to their dominant fashion, I think, has been because they've taken advantage of Tacticooler and it fit the way that they wanted to play. And certainly, Melon and them boys, new situation, they were more than happy to know that they would get to use their main weapons more.
Splatoon is a dance. At the highest level especially, you can see the steps and taking turns, and some dances are more effective than others at certain times, and you'll see that players prefer some of their dances to others, right? You can see how the game changes, how that dance changes, right? We saw it with Ink Armor, how it had its own entire expression of how the flow of the game felt. And so because of that, right, Tacticooler creates such a quick step kind of dance. You see players take initiative and take over and reroute and then send it back over to the other side. But more often than not, they can try and take advantage of that again if they can just match those movements correctly. So it's a very snowbally kind of way that this game is unfolding. But at the same time, it's not like there aren't opportunities because this rotation is so quick. And I enjoy using that analogy because I think it's fun and I think it's artistic and I think it's a little bit beautiful because I think that Splatoon gameplay is beautiful in its own right. So that is a little bit of my spiel as we're waiting for these teams to join the lobby. Overall, it's fascinating to watch, especially when you can see that expression at this high level.
Splatoon is beautiful, Magic says. I will put the task to all of you. Keep that in mind when you trade with a Tri-Slosher that was turned away from you when you initially started the engagement. Remember, it's a beautiful game.
A beautiful game.
There's a fair amount of ugliness in the beauty of it here. We're going to talk about Museum Splat Zones, and we do have new situation in the lobby. We're waiting on all of Jackpot. Again, if you're just joining us here, hurricanes in Southern California making things difficult for some of the members of Jackpot. We are going to hope that Jared's internet connection is able to stay through, completely out of everybody's control. But getting to start on Splat Zones and on Museum, a really, really exciting one. A dynamic that no other Splat Zones map has in the same fashion, with that central spinner giving you access onto the opposing plat. I love seeing how teams opt to move forward when they opt to jump forward to go for the knockout blow.
It's going to be interesting, and this is one of those rare map modes that really has very sectioned off fights oftentimes you aren't going to see a lot of players with different ranges getting involved. It's very much an opportunity for players to go after each other in those isolated areas, and you're going to have to see if players are going to be able to shark it correctly, if players are going to be able to attack those points and catch someone off guard. This is the opportunity to show their stuff, and like it shows, the KO rate is very, very hefty. If there's one wipeout, they can just get on that spinner, jump across to that high ground, and all of a sudden you have to break out not once, but twice to get those specials through and clear out those spots.
It's going to be all the more important that when you do dive forward, you make sure that you're tacticalered up, because as Magic noted right there, this can get out of range in a hurry. Let's take a look right here as we load into the lobby. It's taking a little longer than I would like it here. Let's make sure everyone is available and accounted for. It appears for the time being that everybody is. And .Q going to be bringing out that Snipe Rider. Leafy going back over to the Stamper here. This is great. I wanted to see this weapon out of Leafy. This is the jackpot we know and love.
And it's very interesting play out of Jared deciding to use these burst bombs, sub-power range, whatever I wanted to try and say. But using those burst bombs at range to build up those crabs and help out the teammates with those AoE shots, especially helping Leafy, who has been running through this team already, not going to be able to find that cap. Instead, that Inkback is going to block their shots, and they're going to go a couple down for the time being. The Snipe Rider has the Tacticooler, but not if Rusu has something to say about it.
Yeah, one more shot would have been enough there, and that pick onto Leafy is very, very nice as well. If Leafy had taken that down, that right side rather was a little bit weak at the time. Points starting to tick away here as Super Chump's going to go in. Melon Tacticooler up is immediately called out and collapsed upon. Nicely done. You talk about ways to contain players there. I mentioned earlier, pre-firing is the way that you do it. You know they're coming forward there. You don't give them that opportunity. They desperately need to flip this zone. They're going down there. How have they not taken it at this point? Is it Rusu painting on the other side? It is, and it stalled it long enough for Ryukun to come down and punish them for it. We said earlier, Rusu famous with this Jet Squelcher's paint back in Splatoon 2 as the painter with that weapon, able to do it now as well, holding on when there were two members of Jackpot in the zone. Now just a few seconds left, they're jumping in, they're going down for the flank. Ku is going to paint over here. Jackpot, what do you have? The answer for the time being is not enough, and it flips as the clock hits -1. But new situation, getting game one over Jackpot in typical new situation fashion.
However, I think that this is a very different set from what we saw versus Crush Soda. And do you know why? Because as soon as Melon jumped across, he was called out and kicked out. And that is so, so important. Is because Melon is the ace, is the sharp shooter. And being able to be nullified, at the very least, means that they have all the confidence in the world that they can take on these players mechanically, or at least in some kind of like, oh, they're not just going to be able to collapse on me kind of way. That gives them some kind of mental boost. It gives them a buff. This is a best of 5. They're going to have chances to adapt and change and get their modes that they really want, especially after limit testing. However, I think Q was not comfortable on that Snipe Rider, and for multiple reasons. Just holding on to that Tacticooler, not really like painting the zone when needed, and not really being as much of a help, right? And this is what we saw when Crush Soda mistakenly played that Tower Control Museum game and played that Snipe Rider. It was there, but it wasn't really doing super much, right? And if I think that's a little bit of an adaptation that needs to be made.
Well, I mean, you can clearly say that if Q is playing the ballpoint rather than the pencil, the Snipe Rider there, they neutralize the zone when Rusu is painting it. They had Jared near the zone. Like, Jared, will say, goes even with Rusu in that painting situation, even though I think that NZAP probably ends up winning that. But whatever, we'll give some grace. There was a lot going on there. If the ballpoint is also firing in the general direction of the zone, they neutralize that.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't there, they didn't get the neutralization. Don't get me wrong, they still weren't in a great spot, but at the very least, they put the penalty on. Instead, Rusu stalls it long enough for Ryukun to then swing back over, fight. You're not going to be able to 1v1 Ryukun because of what that weapon is capable of, those Thule Squelchers. And all this time, you know that eventually the Melon clock is ticking and that he's going to be back eventually. And that's exactly what happened. So that's what that neutralization does for you. It gives you a little bit more time to, well, play the game, gives you more opportunities. And I agree entirely. The Snipe Rider kind of in an awkward position there, wasn't able to make do with that as easily as that ballpoint might have. But they had that cooked up. Clearly, the Snipe Rider is something that .Q has used to great effect before. We'll see if it's just not going today. That's the thing with Chargers, is someday your Charger just isn't playing well, and you got to switch back over to something else. But the immediate counter pick came in for TC Inkblot. We are in the counter pick stage of the tournament at this point. They can't counter pick modes. The modes will stick with the same rotation that they've been done, but they will get to choose from the 4 maps that these players put together. So, TC Inkblot, surprise, surprise, it's here in a championship set.
Said no one ever.
Right.
for those who don't know the lore, TC Inkblot is one of those map modes that has been seen since the beginning of Splatoon 2, and I mean the very, very beginning. This has just been a consistently solid map mode that teams play on. They feel good. They feel like it's very even. They feel like it's super hard to get those KOs, but when it happens, it's crazy, it's hype, and it's an amalgamation of everything that makes Splatoon Splatoon in these players' eyes, and so we see it everywhere.
And I wager that if we go to, when we get to Grand Finals, there's a pretty good chance that we'll see it there as well. So, it's, yeah, you've laid it out here perfectly. I am curious to see now, Jackpot, what are they going to go with? We've, of course, talked quite a bit about .Q's choice, if there's going to be a switch on that side of things. But Leafy also switched back over to the Splatana Stamper. Jared switched back over to the Crab. They had a double burst bomb composition there. Double burst is always a good argument whenever you're talking about teams that are pretty quick, pretty squirrely. You need to be able to check them. So I wonder if we're going to see a switch for Jared back on over to the NZAP. I would have to imagine there's a pretty good chance for it. And then if Leafy opts to go back over to that splatter shot rather than stay with this choice. I mean, suction bombs on tower control, we know that's totally fine. Madness doesn't really care. Every weapon that he plays is good on tower control. But there's some interesting answers to see what they switch over to. And I would wager we're not going to see any major changes come out here from Melon and them boys. Although I am a little interested to see if Ryukun is going to opt to stick with the custom dually squelchers, or if it's going to be a switch over to the regular vanilla dually squelchers, or if there's some other decision.
You know what I want to see? I want to see .Q take a page out of Nobunaga's book and go on the vanilla splatter charger. Like, I want to see that so badly. You have no idea. I want to see Q back on that weapon that she dominated on. Even in Splatoon 3, was able to use to great effect. And I doubt we're going to see it, but that's my hope.
No more speculation. We don't have to guess any longer. Let's take a look here as we load in the lobby a little quicker this time. That's always good. Ryukun is switching over here. And on the other side, the Snipe Rider is staying out, but a couple Nautilus is cutting it up. And it's going to be Jared again, not going with the NZAP. It's going to be Crabs for days.
It's going to be Crabs for days. And I have to wonder if there's a certain other factor that's playing into this. Going to be using that long range, going to be sending out those burst bombs, and using that Crab to try and just keep people away and use that area of effect damage. But that's 2 down on the side of no new situation. Tacticooler's up. This is a perfect situation for Jackpot if they can just get things rolling, but that Inkback is super, super strong on stopping that tower. Finally, they're going to be able to find Rusu. Jared's going to try and dive for it, and they're going to be able to find this pick. Wait a minute, this is very looking good for Jackpot.
It is, and of course, Jared always has his Crab whenever he needs it. He's already in the position that you would like to fire it from. Leafy now moving forward. Ryukun goes down. Melon goes down, is going to respawn very quickly, so there's going to be a chance for them to prevent this from being a knockout. And we do see the DC. What will the decision be? And it's actually not even Jared. It's actually going to be, I believe, Leafy who DC'd right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. I mean, there's no way to say it other than heartbreaking. Perfect opening for Jackpot. You're fighting through the opponent. You're playing well. You have the exact situation. Through no fault of your own, this falls through. Mother Nature simply not having it for the time being. Oh my goodness.
Oh, here we go. You can't even say like, oh, $20 a year, as I'm sure everybody's gonna say in chat right now. But it's really not Nintendo's fault this time. This is just the crazy, unfortunate circumstance of the life that we are living right now. So I'm just gonna move on from that fact.
Yep.
Rough situation, but overall, if they can keep playing like that, wow, perfect. They can definitely take this. And that's what I was saying in the last game. Like, it's not like they're scared of these players.
No.
They're really not.
Well, they have no reason to be. And let's even talk a little bit about the very, very opening of that game, because I'm generally, I have always been a skeptic of the concept of your loadout at the very beginning of a game, or like your rollout or things like that. It's a good talking point. It's a good concept. I personally find a lot of times Splatoon just devolves into reaction too quickly for to take loadouts as a huge concept. But there was a very noted set play at the beginning of there that New Situation tried to go for. They, at the very beginning of the game, had Ryukun fall down on the side, be the scene threat, firing at people with that Nautilus as they swam Melon through his ink unseen right underneath the drop down of Jackpot. Then he goes up, he tries to firing at the fall off. He doesn't find anybody, and because he's exposed and too far away from Ryukun, they jump, quickly take that out, and then from there they're playing 4v3. They've got a head full of steam, a special advantage, and they take, they do exactly what they did at that point. So again, you talk about the set play and the rollout, and you said earlier, they're not afraid of when Melon is jumping on top of them. They call him out and close him out. It started there at the very beginning of that game too, and they had the right people with the right specials, had Jared set up properly, so the formula is there. They belong in this class, they belong in this set, and at this point, we just hope that we're able to finish this set.
One day, I really hope that we can get all of these players in the same room. That is like a not necessarily like a long-term goal, but like just something I hope we see one day. If the situation ever arises where the international level lands could come back, it would be a sight to see. Because these teams are matched up so well, even online. Imagine in a LAN environment where it's closed. There's none of these situations like this. Everybody's on the same sleep schedule, and none of these factors have to come into play. And that's
man, it's so true. The old joke was that LANs are the best and the worst thing for the community. They're the best thing for the community because it's an incredible LAN. You get to see your friends. You're injected with new life and exuberance and fun for the game. You get to see this game as it was meant to be in person with cheers all around. It hurts the community because then playing anything that isn't LAN sucks. And you feel what LAN play for this game is like, and you're just like, this is what the devs wanted. This is what they meant. In a perfect world, this is what they want everybody to be able to experience. And it all starts to click. It all makes sense. It's like putting on a fresh pair of socks. It just feels good in a way that I can't quite describe to you. And yeah, seeing it on championship level play would be the best of all possible worlds.
Speaking of all possible worlds, there is possibly a world where this game gets started hopefully soon. If everything is stabilized, Leafy's back in the room. I'm ready to see some more Splatoon, but let's see if the players are feeling that same kind of ready. I'm hoping that this will last.
Yep. I at this point, y'all, my breath is being perpetually held. I'm still speaking somehow, but breath is still being held. That's how it goes. But again, if you are just joining us here, there is a hurricane hitting Southern California where a few of our players are located right now. So, at the very beginning of that last game, we saw Jackpot get out to a very commanding portion at the start. They were working through the second checkpoint. They had the crab at the right spot. They were moving up, and we had a DC. So we're going to load it up again. We're going to run it back. Same comps, same players, same stage. We're going to try to keep this as even as we possibly can. And let's hope again that we get through a full clean game with these players. We again want no asterisks next to this set, next to this tournament. Mother Nature may have other plans. We're going to keep trying as long as we can. We will keep you updated as quickly as we find out what the ruling is. At a certain point, the show must go on. We just hope that we don't reach that point. We want to see these teams go the distance.
We do want to see these teams go the distance. It's always such a difficult situation as a tournament organizer, or as someone who runs these tournaments, saying, well, we could try and redo this, we could try and reset the situation, but then eventually that's going to be disrespecting everybody else's time that they've devoted to this, and if they can't end up playing because of that, it feels even worse somehow, and it's awful. It's an awful situation all around, and I'm sure that these players are feeling that, and I hope that it does not affect their mental going into this restart of Game 2 of Jackpot versus New Situation, the semifinal of the Splat World Championship, Summer 2023.
Magic laid it out well there. The winner of this does move on to the grand final to fight against Today Is the Best Day. They got the 3-1 victory over Pixio Monster in our previous set. They are waiting in the wings right now for the winner of this. Again, to just add a little bit more, the sprinkle on top, the decadence. If Jackpot wins this set, they would be the first non-Japanese team to make it to the grand finals of an SWC. We've had quite a few of these at this point, and nobody has been able to overcome this hurdle. We won't even get to the end of the timer there. These teams are right back into it. Let's see, everybody, cross your fingers. We want to see these teams fight it out. No asterisks, no strings attached. Let's see it. Again, same loadout. These teams have been instructed to do so, I believe. And now the game can begin.
Let the games begin. And hopefully we see a similar rollout, but I didn't even realize Melon's wearing opening gambit, and he's going to try and sneak around this right side and try and get some early picks. Needs to get in the first 30 seconds, but is going to get taken down. They were prepared for it, and now this tactical is online. No Melon, and although this ink vac is out, they have a very good opportunity and a beautiful sniper rider jumping shot from .Q, and this is a good opening.
Yep, they've held it through. Melon did the exact same thing at the start of the game that he did last time there, so whether it be for honor or because it's just what he actually believed, he has done the same thing in 2 consecutive openings and sort of meant the same sort of end. Now, though, the rest of the members of the team weren't quite able to capitalize as cleanly as they were in that first game. The pressure once again coming. They're going to throw these specials to try to stifle some of the momentum, and a tactical will certainly help. And they do get Ku there. Nice fall off there. Magic trying to take out Rusu, not able to somehow, and still not able to close out the deal. That is huge, because that means that they're going to be able to start compounding their specials, and Jared's going to have to burn this crab just to stabilize. But
is going to get shot down by that ink vac, it looks like. Q falls as well. Ryukun was up in the base, but is going to be able to get that respawn already. Maybe, just maybe, the members of Jackpot planning their specials together, planting them down in front of the tower so that they can't quite fight it, but Ku is still here on this end zap and coolered up.
Yeah, let's not forget that this guy single-handedly destroyed the world of Splatoon solo queue with his dualies back in the day here. It's a sad day indeed when he is relegated to building up his armor, but don't get in a gunfight with this guy because he can still sling it with the best of them. Right now, I gotta give Jackpot credit there. They've done a good job of protecting the points of no return, and as I say that, Melon does run up through. Great job again closing out Melon again there. Precise shots and clean burst bombs to do it. But you can see again how thin the margin of error is. Melon has moved up, Ryukun is still up, and again, Jared has had to use 2 of these crabs to keep this from spiraling out of control. Can they continue to hold on to it that much longer? Surely they hold on to this checkpoint for the time being. Yeah, Ku's not going to be able to fight through everybody, and Melon at best is going to get a trade. So Jackpot finally with a little room to breathe, and more importantly, they held on to the checkpoint, and Melon comes down with fury. Oh my goodness, how did he manage to clean that?
Still, Madness was able to clean it up and actually get a bunch of picks right there. Very good opportunity. No, that's going to be going down on Nautilus not going to be able to find much. Rusu's over on this right side and absolutely destroying, using the range of this Jet Squelcher to be aggressive, but the mobility as well to make sure that he can kite, that he can do whatever he needs to do in these situations. This Jet Squelcher has been proving absolutely versatile.
Yep, and he's going to have to move away right now to survive it here. The ability of Ryukun on this weapon to be up and relevant, a weapon that can get bullied out of positions very quickly. That's always been the knock on this particular kit since it doesn't have Burst Bomb. And yet Ryukun picks the right moments, or sorry, Rusu rather, picks the right moments to move forward and attack and paint at the right time, marking people out there. And then the aforementioned Ryukun, again, someone who terrorized the world with a Splatling, has now switched back over to the Nautilus and has made life difficult for everybody. Finally, that checkpoint will fall. And they're going to protect this even longer to get a few more points off of it as well. Melon now moving forward, trying to fight Q. They actually were able to get rid of one there, but because of the Tacticooler again, Magic, we keep saying but over and over again. And it's because you have to cleanly get rid of all of these players or the threat is not gone.
Well, there's one of them gone. Make that two. Q able to clean up these chipped players. Those burst bombs, those slosh shots are really important, and getting another one onto Ku. These players not really understanding the range at what this Snipe Raider is playing, and we talked about being unfamiliar. It doesn't seem like they're doing too much to keep it at bay. These players are able to start getting picks, and they've got the Tacticooler online. Madness goes down, but they've got the jumps back in to the tower, it looks like, and Jared's online. Hold on, this is a breaking of the checkpoint in 9. This is looking like they could take the lead.
They should be able to here. That is sweeping all the way back there. Ku is going to dive the tower. The 1-point meme has gone through. Are you serious? They took the tower and held it. They have enough specials here, but now Ryukun has come from behind. Ku closes it out. Not like this with just a few seconds. It's only Leafy. The Nautilus is fight it out, and Leafy wins it out. Rusu is there, but Melon had a special to fire at the opponent. He loops it over the top. Jackpot is still in control of the middle of the map. There's going to be an opportunity, but Melon now firing forward with the head of steam. 3 dead bodies around him at the end of the game. Ku saving the game, and Melon driving it home with the knockout blow at the end. And it happened to Starburst. You knew it was going to happen to Jackpot as well. I jinxed it, Magic. I said that they should be able to take the lead. That's the point in the tower path where it goes around that central art installation. It gives you a little protection. But when you put a crab on the tower and Ku is willing to dive it with a bomb to push people away, that's what it looks like. Oh my goodness, so heartbreaking for Jackpot. They kept in the game for the entirety of it despite the wave after wave of pressure. With one good push, they brought themselves back. But alas, they have nothing to show for it.
It looked so good. It looked so promising. They were able to get their picks too, which is so hard. It's the hardest, like, you could tell that the entire game they were clawing and trying to scrape up a couple of picks, and finally they got 1 or 2 of them. Q with those nice Sniper Raider pickups, which is what they've been trying to do this entire time with the Slosher, with the Burst Bombs, with everything, to try and get these chips down so that Q could clean up. And finally, it seemed like they had something going right. And then all of a sudden, just a couple of specials, just a couple of mistimed abilities, just a couple of lost players because they were so fast moving, and all of a sudden it got taken away from them. And, oh, that is the worst feeling to deal with if you're Jackpot.
Well, we can take a breath here, and we'll hope that the players of Jackpot are able to do so as well. We're hearing that it's going to be Scorched Gorge for our next map, and we know that it is Rainmaker. So, if you're Jackpot, again, we're above the point of resting on laurels at this point, but if you were confident before, your confidence should be through the roof right now. Jackpot's such a powerful momentum-based team when they're able to get things going for themselves. And as you saw in that last game, they really only need one opening to execute and make good on that reputation. Rainmaker now, Scorched Gorge. We've talked about this. We saw this earlier here. You can see there's our right path. There's a stalemate that can happen in the middle, but once that first checkpoint falls to the wayside, all bets are off. And I mean, at this point, if we haven't convinced you that Inkback is at least worth a look, if these players haven't convinced you that it's worth a look, this final push where we will sometimes see 2 or 3 attempts that are made at this very final ramp at the end. You can get all the way up it if you have that ink vac. I know that that's a best of all possible scenarios, but again, points can start to get tricky. Fights can get a little frisky as you get into the opposing side of the map.
And it really becomes a matter of high, like very, very quick reaction times, high levels of movement, and being able to just do your kiting properly so that way you can keep your opponents in front of you but not let them get in too close. It's such a delicate attempt, right? There's no real way to describe it. It's just a battle. It really is. Like, I know we talk about turf wars and everything, but like in these players' minds, they're going through like intense amounts of conflict and struggle, and they have to overcome that. And it's truly a battle of the mind. And so these players are going to try and overcome that with everything at their disposal. I have to wonder if the Jet Squelcher is something that these players are thinking about in terms of these compositions, right? With Leafy going for something like the Stamper, with the Snipe Raider, with the Nautilus. Is it what they're trying to overcome? Are they seeing the value that the Jet Squelcher is putting on? Do they try to take it on themselves? What's the play here?
We will see right now. Jackpot, if you are a fan of North American Splatoon, put your hands in the air. They need all of your energy. No comp change coming out of New Situation. And take a look at this. I said earlier, we are in a post-crab world. They beg to differ. Run from it. Destiny comes all the same. Double crab, folks. It is back.
Somehow, some way, I actually don't mind seeing a double crab on my screen. Who would have thought I'd see the day?
Thing that we see.
Right, exactly. It's crazy how that works. It's actually the novelty of the situation that we desire instead of what it is, right? We're seeing the power of it right now as we're finally getting a lot of steam going for Jackpot. They've got a couple of specials to get through, but if they can just manage to keep the paint, if they can manage to hold the bombs back and get this up the pedestal, they've got a very, very nice carpet laid out in front of them, and they've got 2 players down on the side of New Situation.
This is unbelievable patience here by Jackpot. At a certain point, patience becomes hesitancy, but people keep going down on New Situation, so that means it must be an idea that is working. Whoa, how did any of that happen? Why was there only 1 person left on the map? Good God Almighty, what happened there, Ryukun? The last one left. That was fall off that got people. 2 people went down to the Rainmaker shot that went over the top there, and somehow everybody else is also dead? I want the battle replay for this. I want the code, and I'm gonna have to shut up and start talking about other things, because now Ryukun feeling himself moving forward and attacking on the other side. Rusu is gonna be protecting and firing forward here. They should be able to get the pop of this Rainmaker shield once they all get back. Will they opt to dive forward or simply wait it out? It appears that they will try to wait and create pressure in another fashion. But in the mix of all of it, it should be noted, New Situation did protect their pedestal, and now they're going to go for the extra points as well. Now to 49, and things have spiraled out of control for Jackpot when they were in such great position at the start of this game.
And Ryukun really made the difference there in getting that secondary push going. He already had rotated towards that grate side after the dunk had happened and got over the grate to make sure that those players could not land. But the ink vac is going to get this 3rd push going, able to take down Q with that ink vac shot. And now, finally, these players are at least they're scared because Melon is sharking, and they knew it. They could feel it in their bones, but they couldn't stop it, even though they were looking for him. And now they're going to try and do the same thing. Jared is going to try and find an opening, but it's so hard when these players are so clinical.
Yep, and again, what does this crab even fire at? The jump goes out immediately. This is going to buy you some space, and Ryukun maybe getting a little bit too trigger happy there, moving forward to try to maybe dissuade that position from the crab. Meanwhile, everybody firing at Q to take him out. and it's not going to be enough. Ku goes ahead and fights, and because that fight took so long, now Melon was able to fight 2 players who had taken some damage. Meanwhile, in the middle of all of it there's no major change in the middle of the map. Finally, Jackpot is going to have all 4 of their players in the middle, so this should be an opportunity. They're going to use this crab to try to take a couple people out and then grab and make their push from that point. What value are they going to find? Getting Melon is pretty good value here, but Ku is still there. Now going ahead and opting to fight it. Jared, yeah, you're not going to get away from that. Taken to the checkpoint indeed, but it's not going to be enough. Ryukun still getting the fall off on that side and is now tacticalered up. You have to fight through it again. How frustrating this must be.
And they need to find a way to try and bait Ryukun off of getting that fall off or something, and they were able to distract for long enough to break that checkpoint, and here we go. This is it. This is what they needed, but Daku is getting dove, and Ryukun goes for everything, goes for all the glory, and is gonna find it. Jared's the last one jumping in, and that's a quad clean, mowed down like grass on a fine summer lawn, and this is looking like it is the vacation that new situation was looking for.
The audacity of this game to ever make a weapon that would take Ryukun off of a Splatling here. This is the first man to ever hit 3000 XP in the history of Splatoon here. Do not forget that. Breaking this game wide open. They didn't get any more points off of it, and they have lost that first checkpoint. So anything could happen at this point. Last 40 seconds, they're going to continue to paint around and fight in the middle of the map as best they can. Now every pick, a huge, huge deal. Jackpot needs to be precise with how they're moving through here. Melon sharking in a scary spot. Madness doesn't know, and now they're going to swing back across. Ryukun throws forward as now Ku rose up. They've rotated. Magic, they're having these waves of attack with just their main weapons, but Jackpot is going to come out better. It's just Melon who's fighting around in the middle. He's fighting 3 people, 4 people, and will take one with him. But keep an eye. This is it. Who has the Rainmaker? Where are they pushing forward? Magic, take it. What are we seeing?
We're seeing that specials are online, that Igvac is up, and so is the Rain, gonna push them all out of the elbow. Jared has this Rainmaker, and Ryukun's over on this left side instead of over on the right, and it's gonna be a bit out of position. That's the first pick. It's the first Domino to fall, but this Zuka and Melon is diving. They're trying to go away. They've got at least Ku, but they still have to take care of that person on the grating, and the Zuka shot ends Jackpot's run here in the Splat World Championship. Melon, the sharp shooter, takes it away from the clutches of Jackpot, and it looked like they had something going there, but the special usage was perfect. They positioned the correct way, and they got across the central area on the high ground, and that did them in.
Oh, man. What an incredible set, and there are a lot of what could have beens, and who knows what would have happened in that second game, but I hope your takeaway, dear audience, from that set is just how gosh darn good New Situation is here at Splatoon. It's only fitting that Melon gets that final shot with the Trizuka. You know he's not going to miss too many of those shots if you give him the chance, but once Jared picked up the Rainmaker in that spot, it was all desperation. There was not really a great opportunity for them to push forward. They did take out Ryukun with that Rainmaker shot, but clearly they hadn't gotten through the members on the right side. That's why you saw the hesitancy to swing over. And Jackpot fights as hard as they possibly can, but they will bow out in the same position that this always ends, Magic. Every single SWC with the exact same story. In semifinals, 3 Japanese teams and 1 North American or European team, and none of them make it to grand finals. You are going to see New Situation versus today is the best day as your grand finals in the Splatoon World Championship Summer 2023.
And overall, when people are obviously here from a North American or European audience, it's hard, right? Because we've been lucky to get this situation so many times. We haven't had international competitions. We haven't seen what these players are like at the highest level. And we figured, given enough time, given enough opportunities, maybe we could try and start breaking that ground. And while we are getting better, we're getting close, the top teams are doing extremely well, especially in those first rounds. Like they're putting up fights, but it never seems like we're quite ever outpacing them, reaching their plateau and matching them push for push and blow for blow. And it's unfortunate, but it's still the highest level of Splatoon. And the fact that our players can even be up there with them to be considered is, I think, still part of the fun. And we still get to see a lot of very good matches.
We did. And make no mistake, this is not a charity service or a scenario where these strong Japanese teams are just willing to give us a chance here. Like, they want to see these matchups as well. Mm-hmm. There's a great respect between these top players, a curiosity. They want to play strong opponents in Splatoon. Melon joined +1 because he wanted to fight strong opponents here. It is that simple. Like, these teams love playing against good teams. And you saw the way that Game 2 ended up going. Like, Jackpot is not far behind these teams. They play on a razor's edge, and competition is a brutal thing. If these teams played 100 matches, it wouldn't go 100-0. Jackpot would take some games, for sure. Starburst would take some games. AR would take some games. But it's a format. It's one day. And on this day, Jackpot didn't quite have it in the cards. We, of course, wish them well and wish them safety as Hurricane Hillary makes landfall above all else. That is certainly most important. But you see it right there on the bracket. Falling short, new situation versus today is the best day will be your grand finals.
And this is actually a super duper fun matchup, in my opinion. This is not new school versus old school, but it's an amalgamation of a bunch of players that have had very recent surges of growth and progression and achievement. And so they're coming at a clash, right? Especially today is the best day. They've got a couple of players who are being put on the stage for the first time since we've had these Splat World Championship tournaments, and they want to take home the prize.
This would be a huge achievement for these teams. There are not a lot of players who have ended up winning this SWC. Melon and the rest of the squad, a new situation, one of the few teams that has been able to do it. You can take a look at the roster right here. They qualified by way of winning Area Cup number 3, Rusu, Melon, Ryukun, Ku. We said just about all of their names, and if you've been like, Nine, you keep saying that all these players are the first to do something, or, surely at some point you're running out of things to say about these players, but they have achieved everything. They really have. Almost every major Splatoon milestone was achieved by one of these players. And you might think, well, isn't that unfair? Yes, it is. And guess what? There's 4 more teams that do this as well. That's why we love watching these events and why we love watching top-level Japanese Splatoon. And I mean, we'll even look here at our next roster here. Today is the best day. You've got maybe arguably the best young shooter in the game in Shuma. You've got Grando, who's one of the best buckets to ever play the game. No Risk, who's one of the few people who has won a Splat World Championship. And then you've got Nobunaga, who, I mean, at this point, Magic, can we say best charger, period? Like, I don't know who else would have laid to that claim.
At this point, there's not a whole lot of people who are trying to contest that point, unfortunately. Or fortunately, if you're Nobunaga. Still, the precision, the awareness, and the tenacity, I think, are what really makes the difference. The fact that you can just try and face these players, these very, very skilled, high-level, gonna mow you down shooters, and face them and just snipe them right in front of you. Oh, it takes guts. It takes gusto. And Nobunaga has it.
Nobunaga had me laughing with incredible giddiness, silliness. My voice hit an octave that it doesn't usually hit before, 11 a.m. Got 4, 5, 6 shots in a row, and difficult shots, mind you, on tactical players who were moving about the map. So when we aggrandize this player, talk him up, you will see what he is capable of. And if he was able to prove it against AR and Pixio Monster, this would be the toughest challenge yet to get through. Now, it is worth noting here, Magic, this is a little bit of lore for you. I believe I said earlier in the cast, Nobunaga's squad did get second place at King's Cup. I will note the team that they beat to get second place, the team that got third place, was Melon's squad. That was a Melon squad that included Ryukun and No Risk. So, when you say, has Nobunaga gone toe-to-toe with Melon at the peak of his powers, the answer is a demonstrable yes.
So what you're telling me is that this is going to be a set for the ages?
Boy, oh boy, with all this oxygen I've spent talking it up, it better be. I mean, even a 3-0 never tells the full story. That last set was a 3-0, and there's still plenty of good that you can take away from Jackpot's side, but pretty often we get to see some great sets between these top two teams that make it this far in SWC. In the last SWC, you saw Rain versus Kanaperu, and one of the great instant classic sets between two top-level Japanese teams, where basically every single top player was invited to the party. So we will hope that this can live up to those same expectations. Still a best of 5 for those of you following along. I believe that we are going to start on Clam Blitz because that last game was only that last best of 5 only went 3 games. We started with Splat zones, then we go tower control, then we go Rainmaker, Clam Blitz, and then we loop it back around, which means that we start with whatever the next mode would have been had the previous set continued. Otherwise, we would just be playing a lot of Splat zones, frankly, which I know is what most of you want, but the TOs had different ideas, and so we will honor that respect. And we'll start with Clam Blitz.
Rah, less Splat zones. Clam Blitz, though, like you mentioned, is a little bit of a toss-up, right? Not the most comfortable, not as frequently played in Japan, but doesn't mean that they're not well-versed. It doesn't mean that they can't make some fantastic pushes and plays, but it means that it's going to be interesting to see what kinds of strategies they employ and if it's going to be different from their usual, if it's going to be a different kind of execution, if they're going to be a little bit more hesitant to make some plays. So, are there going to be a little bit more openings? It's going to be interesting. It seems like we are finally getting down to Funky Town.
Won't you take me to Funky Town? That is man, that's as close as I'm gonna get to singing on broadcast for you folks. So hope you enjoyed that one here. Magic and I have been talking for 3.5 consecutive hours with no breaks right now. So if we're a little loopy, please understand. But he has his honey, I have my G Fuel, and bottomless source of amusement for this game. So we're going to dig deep into our diaphragms and finish it out for you here. We'll be talking for 4 consecutive hours. Not as easy as it might sound. Now, worth noting here, interestingly enough, Melon's team has not had to play Clam Blitz yet. So we have not yet gotten to see how they're going to attack it. And of course, in the set that was played against Pixio Monster, we saw exactly what Today is the Best Day is capable of on Clam Blitz. A very, very strong team. And for those of you at home, again, watch the way that this team moves forward. They are pretty conventional in their picks, with the exception of No Risk flexing around and, of course, Nobunaga. So I know at least one of your teams at home probably wants to run Charger and probably has a flex player. Start taking notes, folks, because it's not going to get any better than this.
It really won't. This is going to be the pinnacle. And we're going to see a lot of different weapons. We're going to see a lot of different playstyles. We're going to see the variety. We're going to see the clash of two titans. And I am so excited to bring you grand finals of the Splat World Championship summer of 2023 as we decide who is the best today in the world.
You don't have to wait any longer. Finally, our stall fest can end. We want to see this as much as you all. Again, language barrier, ocean, la-da-da-da-da. We don't have to do it any longer. Let's take a look. New situation versus Today is the Best Day. This is your grand final, and the winner will be named the Splat World Champion. Not a whole lot of people can get that mantle, but it's the one that we all fight for.
And Bruce is bringing out the custom Jet Squelcher on this map mode, instead opting for the Rain and the Toxic Mist. No Vac. And I think that that is the correct call, because Vacuum, while still strong, cannot clear out spaces like the Ink Storm can on these tight hallways and prevent those jumps. And he's going to be able to challenge Nobunaga's Charger, and is going to end up dancing around it and being able to take it out. And Bruce is showing exactly the flexibility, the mobility of this Jet Squelcher and why it is so strong and why it was used so much at the end of Splatoon 2's reign and why this weapon was seen already in Splatoon 3's meta a couple of times.
So strong. They're taking fights that not a lot of other Jet Squelchers are willing to take and making good on those fights. Credit, though, to today is the best day. They're holding off, and they actually took Melon down in a spot that Melon usually is able to make you pay for letting him get to. Shuma's going to find a little stabilization here with this Crab. They're going to send Grando, and Grando is going to make good on that thrust forward as well, taking one out before going down. So even though no situation has kind of controlled the ebb and flow of this game thus far, fighting through, they've held defense pretty well, but now Rusu finally moving forward here. When you have one back here, yeah, Grano, you got to run away. You're not going to get that range. Go ahead and let your Charger try to defend. I'm still stunned that they've stabilized this long here, Magic.
I'm stunned that they've stabilized too. They're actually keeping Rusu back over on that far left side, but finally a jump comes through. They're not exactly worried about this clamp going through. Instead, they're focused on fighting other fights, and that's exactly why, because this NZAP is going to be dip dancing all around. And if they focus on it too hard, it's just going to run away from them. These clams are coming through for a new situation, but finally Nobunaga's over on this mast, sniping them down. Still, these clams are falling through, though, and if today is the best day right now, you have to be thinking, goodness, this is going to be a tough push to beat.
Yep, 29 here. Back in the day, this was always a map that we sort of considered in the span of Clam Blitz games. This was your build a lot of things up and make one big push map because it was so long and so difficult to get through. Well, you know, things have changed a little bit. Tacticooler has changed things up somewhat. It's a new game and so on and so forth, but it's still not easy to get big sustained pushes on this map. The clam spawns are simply too far away, so you usually have to come in with a lot of pressure in one big push. Right now, forget pushing here. Today is the best day hasn't smelled the center of the map for a while. They've been able to send no risk to go and try to fight Ku, but Ku more than happy to try to take that fight on as Ryukun continues to stall on the top. You know Melon's going to be back through, and yep, everyone knows that Melon's going to be back through because we sent them all back to the respawn. And now more clams come through here. Magic, there's a danger that this ends right now if they find enough of these.
This is very close, and Ryukun, I think, had a beacon over on that top left side as they throw these clams in just barely to extend the timer, and this could very well be the final push. They just get a couple more clams coming in from the other side. They probably sent out Ryukun already to go grab them. Gonna have enough clams to maybe make a push for it, and Rusu is able to get another member down. Rusu, who's usually on weapons like the NZAP, knows exactly how to fight and strafe with these shooters and is able to match up quite cleanly, but there's no more clams, getting all the way down to 8, which is, oh, that's very hard to do, especially when there's a beacon and a Ryukun Ip in your base and hard to reach spaces.
I mean, they kept that open for so long. They recycled all of their players with Tacticooler and then without Tacticooler within the course of that one push there. That's how solid of a look that they had and how patient they were with scoring here. Ku jumping forward, why not at this point just take a victory lap? Who's even over there? Is it Melon? God dang it, Melon. Yeah, this game's done. Let's move on to the next one.
Oh, using the Tacticooler to make those quick jumps is something I haven't seen too often out of players, right? It's almost a new iteration of the baller jumps from Splatoon 2, except it's a lot more effective because it's very hard to react to. And all of a sudden you're in, especially if there's a Kraken. Oh, fist bump on stream for the tournament for the Splat World Championship Grand Finals. I love it. I'm so down. That is, that made me smile. I don't know why. I don't know why that made me smile so much, but I'm very happy that that happened.
You have that on the bingo sheet? Man, we really do need to do SWC bingo. Actually. God dang it. Okay, next time we're making this happen. It's one of the few tournaments where we know well in advance who the 8 players are going to be, or the 8 teams are going to be. So you could really make a nice, precise set of bingo cards. And I guess the free space would be Melon kills 10 people, but you know, it's
right, it's supposed to be a free space.
It's a free space, but yeah, I think that we could really have some fun with that if we wanted to. But man, I really talked this up because I wanted to see today as the best day, try to keep pace. But you called it out perfectly there. Those beacons being put in the spot that they were. it's one of the fundamental aspects of Splatoon that you learn very early on is if there's a beacon in a bad spot, kill the beacon. If nobody jumps to it, they have to fight all the way back over to put the beacon back over here. But when there's a million other things going on at the time, and the thing that's dropping the beacon has such incredible survivability, as the CDS does, especially when piloted by Ryukun, you're like, that's the least of my worries. I can't tend to that dumb beacon. They're scoring on us. Help me, help me. And yet, when you don't get rid of it, you see that same type of pressure come through. And I don't even know how Melon got over there that second time to end it all. But, I mean, maybe it was a beacon. Maybe he just took somebody out and swam through and made his own way. But just bizarre the way that game ended. Very much in control of New situation throughout, I would argue.
We're going to have to see what changes here on Splat Zones on Mako Mart. This is Garando's probably stomping grounds as a slosher player. Gonna have to try to enable Shuma, get that duo working together, get them into the enemy lines so they can take on Melon head first, so that they can get those key areas locked down.
Lots of dead angles to shark in. It's possible to pinch the enemy spawn from both sides after gaining map control. And because this may be the last opportunity that I get to thank everybody with the way that this set is going, I do again want to thank Suryu, Nyagora, Reimaru, Sugi, the entire team. The top players are the ones that put these writings out there, but then of course the artists as well, the translators, Oda for commissioning all these and putting them together as well. There is a labor of love that goes into making these, making them match the aesthetic of Ammo Knights and the entirety of Splatoon, and giving it a nice coat of paint, no pun intended, and colors that make it nice and visible for everybody. So again, a big thank you to everybody who came together to make these resources available for everybody. A far cry from the first SWC when we had a couple of videos, graphics that we had to make at the last minute, and the person who was commentating also was running production. No longer. We are in the big time.
We are in the big time. This is the big time. It feels like the big time oftentimes because everyone's working together, because it's such a collaborative effort, and we're trying to make this project as complete and holistic as possible so that everyone back home, everyone who sees this later on, can enjoy it to its fullest extent. It's a beautiful thing to see come together, but what also will come together, hopefully, is today is the best day taking on a new form, trying to get this one started, and that is going to be No Risk on the Junior once again. Interesting.
Interesting, because we saw earlier them be willing to go with a double tacticooler build, and I think that it helped a lot against Pixio Monster. If you feel like you need the extra lives against Pixio Monster, surely you would feel like you would need them here, but they've opted to go with something else. No Risk, of course, we know this weapon is capable of painting with the best of them, but we will see. It's going to be put to the test, that argument, very, very quickly here. They've got a couple down, but you only have so long before Rusu rotates over and punishes you, the master of the revenge kill. Now you just have to hold still for a little while. You certainly can't paint the zone. He's going to use it to move Melon and Ku up on that side. And where do you find your footing to attack from, Magic?
No, you can't really find it much of anywhere. You have to try and fake out your opponent, quite honestly. Get them to think you're going one way, try and fight the other. Especially, you have to just make sure you're with your team. But right now, Garando's on the other side, and No Risk is just going to go for the zone. You see one goes down, two on either side, but it's not enough if they can't cap this zone, as Melon is trying to find this crab. Not able to do so. Good jump in, and they're able to stabilize for the time being. That is the cap. They've got a lot more to deal with. They've got a lot of very angry new situation players on their hands.
Yep, and that's so frustrating there. You are well positioned as Nobunaga. You finally decide to move forward. You get pushed out, but your teammates there do the thing that you have to do when you have a backliner, which is they collapse on those fools who would dare accost you, and you take two out to give yourself another opportunity. All the while, though, they lost track. Hold on, who is swimming where? Ku, what are you doing up there? Now you're moving forward and attacking. Again, Magic, I don't know where these players find these angles to come in from. It is stunning to me. One just swam all the way through on that side. You turn that way and Ku swims next to you and bumps into you by accident.
And they're probably constantly looking for these angles, except one person finds the right one, right? Maybe that's the situation that they're falling into, is they try and scope out in like a default kind of setting, and then whoever sees like, hey, I've got an open lane, I'm gonna take it, try and follow me up, and then they collapse together as Ku finds this open side on the right side, not gonna find the players, but gives an opening for Ryukun to use the chumps to try and get behind enemy lines. Fortunately gonna get swatted away. No more play for you today. Today is the best day. And they're going to be able to hold on to the zone for now, have some specials at the ready, but they have to deal with a very pesky Melon who has the Zuka and is going to prevent... What just happened?
Oh, we're going to see a lot of Inkbacks and solo queue later today, Magic. This is crazy. That entire time, Melon was behind them. Rusu was painting zone to try to stabilize and neutralize, and then everybody turns around, and a giant projectile that takes up half of this stage takes 3 people out there. Insult to injury, really, at that point. They were in a pretty good position anyway, but again, they're going to trade it out, score a couple more points here. Yeah, they'll take the penalty here, but they've melted more time, not only off the clock, but off of their score.
It's gonna be so tough to come back from, especially when these members of a new situation, like I mentioned, they're trying to just find different angles. You see that Ryukun went down super far on the right side once again. They had an opening. It doesn't mean that it was all for nothing. They split up these players, they caused them to turn around, and Nobunaga's ended up going down for that without a cooler, so the respawn's gonna take a while. And now, even though there are specials online and the timer's ticking down, there's still plenty of chance, but it might get turned away. New situation is not able to make use of that situation. They're gonna have to try and remix it. Not gonna be able to find a footing just yet. They're looking like they have the chumps, that it's not gonna land on the zone in time. This is gonna be the lead, and all of a sudden these players keep going down. Nobunaga is able to find these picks.
Can Rusu pull the Sugi here and flip the zone with one shot? Not quite enough, but it's stabilized, and he got one off there. Pain, Rusu, pain. It's not enough, and today is the best day. Finds their footing and takes the game. We are going to get at least 4 games between these two Titans, and I want to pull out one particular moment at the end of the game there, Magic. 2 shots were put on to Grando there on that Tacticooler wielding Tri-Nouveau. We said at the very beginning of the game, very interesting that that's going to be their only Tacticooler. And Rusu, who had an unbelievable game, missed the point sensor. What happens because of that? He gets away, Nobunaga hits a shot, and they put their Tacticooler in a spot where everybody can quickly grab it. If that point sensor hits, if Grando goes down and there is no Tacticooler, maybe they still take the lead, but they certainly don't get the knockout there. The thinnest of margins, my friend.
One slight correction. That's all it takes. And it's so hard to not beat yourself up over that small little detail, because it's what made the difference. But you have to bounce back. You have to say, we'll get better next time. You have to just keep stepping up, and it's so hard. We often talk about, how player improvement, but it really does plateau over time. Eventually, you have to keep putting in more and more and more hours because of the diminishing returns. And all of these players are at such a high ceiling that it's just very, very slight adjustments that need to be made.
Slight adjustments, and in the moment, they all feel so... maybe not insignificant, but you never know which miss or which play is going to start the snowball, the avalanche that will come through that you simply can't overcome. After the fact, it's certainly easy to call out, but, Rusu misses that, and that's just a dang he got away moment. But again, the implications, the ripple that comes when the rock hits the water. We're going to move on to tower control next. We have officially looped back over. It's kind of bizarre to think, Magic, if we go to a game 5, it's going to feature 2 Clam Blitz games. I can't imagine there's a whole lot of sets where that has been the case over the course of high-level Splatoon, but it's certainly an interesting twist on what has been a very smooth tournament thus far. We got to get through tower control first, and I would wager new situation. Pretty angry with the way that game ended, and we know Melon's going to be running opening gambit here. Let's hope today is the best day. He's ready for it.
I mean, they're going to be able to see it on their screens, but will they be able to actually put a stop to those plans? That's the issue. You saw that he was trying to shark around the bottom edge of Inkblot Art Academy, right? And that his plan was to try and get there soon, so that when they peek over without realizing he was there, get a couple of nice picks. But maybe the way that they could play around that is to react to that and either give him the space, roll a bomb at him, or just don't let him do anything. But if you're on the side of Melon, the way that you do that is if they spread out because of it, then you have your team come in from the sides or go up that step and then collapse off of that play. That is the kind of way that the like super high level, like future thinking 4D chess galactic brain kind of thinking that could be going on is if Melon darts there and spreads them out, all of a sudden, like a flanking Ryukun or a nice shot from Rusu, all of a sudden, that's a really easy, good play to start snowballing.
We are once again headed. We teased it earlier, the easiest tease of our life. Splat Bets would not even open up a wager on whether Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy would show up in the grand finals set because we knew it was going to happen regardless. But here we are, Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. We've already seen some fantastic games on this map, on this mode, in this tournament. And now we get to see what the top two teams are going to treat us to. I am very curious. We saw in the previous set them opt to go again with the Splattershot Jr. for no risk for the bubble. And we said, I don't know about it. This could be pretty rough, but it beat Pixio Monster, and they did it with one dominant push there once they got everything cycled the way they wanted, stalling the tower, protecting it, and moving it forward. It'd be a very interesting sight to see if they opt to bring that out here.
I believe that No Risk actually just really feels confident and won the last game with that junior. So anything is possible. We could be seeing a bubble meta. Even when it was considered by many to be the worst special in the game. Who knows? What do we know? I don't know. Nobody knows.
Hey, if it helps you win the game, it is good enough for me. In any estimation, let's take a look at it. Ryukun, yeah, going to be going back over to that. And yep, there it is, Magic. They are going to be bringing it back out there. Shuma going to stay on that tried and true Splash-O-Matic. So we're going to see the crabs. So this is the same composition that they brought out earlier. They have to like it. Of course, Melon already going forward and fighting. 3 people finally enough to take care of him. He's going to be back in a couple seconds anyway. Clearly doesn't care. The risk reward too skewed in his favor. Let's see if they can stall long enough to hold on before he gets back. Ryukun barely getting away. Finds a player there. Nobunaga,
No
unfortunate, probably had no idea that it was there. And oh no, Magic. Oh my god.
What in the
That was a
world
half
is going
charge,
on?
not even a half charge.
It's the partial, the quick partial, and this is what is disgusting about like really high level Splatling players is they know exactly how many shots they need to kill you, how many shots they are going to fire off of a partial charge, and then instantly know exactly when they get the kill and then turn away. And I literally stopped talking, and they are already all down on the side of today is the best day. They've got Nobunaga, but this ink back and then the cooler, and now all of a sudden they're ready to start running at you again with the ink back shot, and this cycle is insane. I think that they've solved tower control, if I'm being quite honest.
I mean, I don't know what the argument against it is going to be. Yeah, Melon's come back down, but all 4 players were shooting at it. GG, no re, on to game number 4. Wow. I mean, I know that Ryukun opened it up with that insane 3 players going down, and the multi-kill and the triple is always going to be something that will turn the tide away, but man, you want to pick out so many things that they did right there.
Right. It was just another beautiful fist bump. Shoutouts to Nintendo for putting that in. I love that.
The beautiful irony of that is that was Rusu and Ku who gave the fist bump there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we're going gaga over Ryukun and Melon just dancing in the opponent's spawn, and the others are like, yeah, we get the fist bump here. They do the dirty work, and we get all the glory.
My goodness. That was just everything. Everything down to the fine details was just... This is what I say when I say this Splatoon is beautiful. Like, how did they manage to play that perfectly and have every angle covered, have every opening covered, have every shot land? It's just exquisite.
Refined. Refined is the way that they've done, honed to a razor's edge their attacks, where they move. I'll throw this way back here again because we might not get too many more games of these players to talk over. Magic, you may remember the very first of these that we did, we got to ask some questions to the players, and we asked Melon, what is it that makes Japanese Splatoon different? What is it that contributes to your team's speed? And Melon says, well, we've played enough of these games. We know where everyone's going to be. We know where angles are going to come from, and we just make good on that knowledge. I'm paraphrasing somewhat, again, language barrier, but like, it sounds so simple, and yet that's what makes it so incredible. Because, yeah, you're right. Like, we know approximately where fall off goes. We know where the right peak areas are going to come from here. You know about how long you have. All right, now do something with that knowledge. And that next step, one of the most difficult that you can possibly make in a game like Splatoon, where things are changing so very often, when it all comes together, a team is so strong, that's what it looks like. And I mean, everyone took a victory lap in that game. We're going to be moving on to Rainmaker's Scorched Gorge to finally put aside that game and get into the next one. But man, today is the best day. If you're going to prove your resilience, now is the time.
And people always talk about those high-level concepts, right? But in reality, the way that to make that accessible, to really understand the fine details, is to start breaking those down into actionable steps, into things that you can do such that it's going to lead to those situations, right? And that takes a master to decode and sift through, to find all the steps, all the ways that they can actually create those scenarios, right? And these players have done it. That's why they're here. But in a 1-minute interview, it's so hard to break down exactly what makes those finer details important. Overall, though, I mean, it's at the end of the day, we're playing Splatoon.
We are indeed, and so are the 8 brave souls who are jumping back into the Splat fields once again. Rainmaker, this is potentially the final game of your SWC. New situation on the doorstep of greatness. Today is the best day, with an opportunity to make one final claim to keep this set alive. Chuma going to be staying over on that Splash-O-Matic, and no risk. No funny business this time. We're fighting it out with old teammate Melon there on that splatter shot.
And this is going to be El Clasico, I feel like. Just using exactly the kind of playstyle that we saw. What? 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 What?
How did
what?
every single one of us hit?
What? What?
So his opening gambit is never, it's never going away. It's going to be active this entire game. Melon's already killed 5. Make it 6. Make it 6.
My goodness.
He's going to get an assist for that. If nothing else, they're going to continue moving forward. Thankfully, Nobunaga is going to have a couple shots there to try and slow it down. Melon's reign of terror finally ends. And of course, when it rains, it pours. Not even able to cleanly get the pick onto the Rainmaker there. Was no risk who goes down. Nobunaga takes out Ryukun there to at least give the team some sort of hold in mid, and Melon will go down, but oh my goodness gracious. I mean, I'm stunned they only got to 55 out of that, I'll be honest.
I'm stunned as well. It seemed like they were about to just legitimately knock it out right then and there. I thought it was going to happen. Wait a minute.
What in God's name is going on here? Now they're going to run it forward down to 10. The push and the pull, the ebb and flow, every action with an equal and opposite reaction. Thank you, Sir Isaac Newton, for that one, but there you go. What does it mean to be a top-level Splatoon player? It's when an opening like that goes against you, when the opponent is styling on you, you just don't care. It's your turn eventually, and you will make the most of it. They've already taken out another 2 and know where the third is. Unfortunately, that third is Ku fighting it out over on that side. They were able to take 2 more out on that side, make it another, so we've essentially got a wash in the middle of the map. But Magic, I mean, is your jaw still on the floor like mine is? What?
Yes. It hasn't left. It's been 2 minutes into this game, and I keep scratching my head. Nine. It seems like every time I turn around, the game has changed. My world is shattered and rebuilt and then shattered again. every single time I look in that mirror and I try and see myself in these players, but I simply cannot with the way that they try and attack these angles and attack these players and just create so many openings and opportunities. It's simply amazing.
And it says a lot that Melon was the one who grabbed the Rainmaker in the center of the map right there. Normally, you only do that in one scenario, and it's that the game is getting away from you and you need to reset the Rainmaker shield to buy yourself some precious seconds. Should tell you all you need to know. And now suddenly, today is the best day playing with house money here. Nobunaga is able to get some great shots. They put together a couple hits here, a couple partials there, and then if you go at the Rainmaker, Grando is going to be there. They're slightly overextended and they're going to pay for it. 3 go down. This is a great opportunity here for New Situation to turn the tide of battle. One of them has already gone down and Melon will follow quickly after ever. Listen, Shuma, some people say he's the best shooter in the world. That's what it looks like. That's what it means.
They literally just hiding around that pedestal. Like, literally, I've seen this play so many times in my games and other games and top level tournaments, just hiding around that pedestal and just collapsing as these players try and walk through, and Shuma just did it perfectly that time. They're going to try and walk down, but not going to find it. No Risk is there, able to get those bullets landed. But is he going to find Ryukun with that Izuka? No, for the time being, not going to be able to land those shots. But overall, this is still a wide open game, to be quite honest. They're gonna try and stall this one out on the bottom right side, and this is where I thought that No Risk was hiding it the other time that I mentioned it. Instead, No Risk is gonna be the one shooting, protecting this Rainmaker, and keeping this timer stalled.
Great work there by No Risk. Incredible fall off and right peak. This is why he switched over to a more capable main weapon than the Splattershot Jr. No disrespect to the lovers of that weapon, but the Splattershot is the only weapon that's going to get you those picks in that position. The one trade-off here is that if you go down in that spot, look how far ahead these members already are. Ryukun actually jumps back down. This is the opponent's spawn that he is jumping down from. Really wanted to clear out that player to give them a clean board in the middle of the map. We're going to go down now to the final 10 seconds with all the momentum going the other way. They are tactical, so they're going to be able to come back up here. And this is it. Just a few more seconds. More and more players go down, but they were tacked up as well. 10 points here. They have to get to the top, Magic.
They have to get all the way to the top. They got the ink back. They don't have the paint, though. And that is going to be... Today is the best day, taking this one by the skin of their teeth, to be fair. And we are going to a Game 5 decider in the grand finals of SWC one more time, 9.
They always know how to put on a show. We asked for it at the beginning. Then we saw how game 1 looked, and we thought, New Situation, clearly a cut above. Today is the best day, gets their win afterwards, and we say, all right, it's zones, they did the thing. New Situation comes right back with a solved TC Ink blot that was dominant from start to finish, and then Melon goes on a kill streak that would give you every manner of power-up if you were playing Modern Warfare. And today is the best day, holds firm, pushes it down to 10 with their one real push that they had in that game, held firm all the way on the other side. And even at the very end with an ink vac, we're coming at them there. That's the win condition that we said at the very beginning. Yeah, if you can set it up, you probably will win. But can you really set it up? Well, they did set it up and it didn't matter. Today is the best day, had enough. We're going to finish it on Clam Blitz here. We're going to wait a little bit to see what the map is. Again, the teams do not get to choose the mode. The mode works on a full rotation, but they do get to choose the map. They being the losing team from this map pool that was built by the players. But once again, an SWC will come down to a game number 5.
And it makes sense. These two teams have looked just worlds ahead. Right? They've looked like they could easily take over any game that they played, and they've done so in this set even. They've just taken over games they had no right taking over, and they just went for it. But it all comes down to this. It all comes down to what New Situation wants to play on, because they have a couple of good options in the Clam Blitz rotation, including, and I think that they might go for it, Barnacle and Dime, which is crazy, which sounds crazy now that I say it out loud, right? It sounds a little bit crazy, but it's got a really deep clam basket, but it's also got a really good clam basket for snowballing.
I mean, that's...
Ah!
Take your victory lap, sir. Take your victory lap. Apparently, he's taking an IRL victory lap away from his microphone here. 400 meters later, Magic, you have returned. How are you feeling about your prediction?
Oh, I love seeing it come true. I'm so ready, because Barnacle and Dime, we talked about at the beginning of the stream, we talked about how some maps are very constrictive, are very tight, and they have to adapt their playstyle around it. New Situation wants a new situation. Apart from what they've been dealing with the past couple of games that Today Is the Best Day have really gotten the better of them on, they want something that's going to play to their strengths, that has those high grounds, but also has a lot of opportunity for just collapsing team fights that they know that they can take them on, especially if Ryukun has that Nautilus, especially if Melon is able to fight alongside of him. That's what they want. They want to go all in, and they're going to take it here, because this is a fighting stage. You can't get away from these players.
This will be a scary one to see, and I'm really... what does No Risk go at this point? The rest of the roster is pretty well set, but No Risk has been the one that's been willing to change things around to fit the best scenario. That main weapon, that splatter shot, looked pretty good in that last game, and if you think that New Situation is going to try to dive in and open you up and just win a game in one fell swoop, I would certainly like to have maybe a nice long-range option to take people down relatively safely with that Trisuka, as well as just a better main weapon. Of course, we know that the kid is good. I don't need to praise the splatter shot any more than it's already been, but that I think is going to be one of the key aspects of this game. Again, they did not get to pick the map, but they will get to choose their comp. And folks, New Situation. Today is the best day. Two titans of the Japanese scene will throw down here in Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz. This is it for all the marbles and the title of world champion.
And they're going to go back to old reliable, what they've been running since the beginning of the day, but with a little bit of a twist, where you can back on that custom dually squelchers, and Rusu on the custom jet squelcher. And we actually see Garando go on that vanilla slosher. It's very good here because the trip strikes can cover a lot of ground in comparison to what the width of this map. So you can cover a lot of ground, and you can have those long range shots that can arc over this high grounds and make sure that these players can't reach. But of course, if you're coolered up, you can go right forward and reach them. And that's what Today Is the Best Day is doing.
Great job there by Ryukun, who was able to survive that fight and then get away. One of the things that weapon, that Dually Squelchers, is the best at is not being revenge killed after a fight. You may do a lot of damage, but a couple rolls back and they can escape that last couple of fall-off shots there that completely turned that engagement around. They were losing the middle of the map at an alarming rate of speed, and instead now they find themselves in a pretty good position. They're going to shuffle and try to find a couple more picks. Look at how well they used the guard there to get around Magic. You and I, we accidentally stick ourselves out and take those hits. Instead, they survive a little longer. All the while, survival isn't enough if you can't close the deal on some of these fights. Rusu once again punishing them back on this custom jet squelcher.
But of course, even if they're coolered up, Clam Blitz is a little bit different, because if you're holding more than 4 clams and you go down, you drop only 4. So if they go down, even if they're coolered up and come right back, they lose a good chunk of their clams and their pushing potential. And so they were a little bit hesitant to commit to that push. They didn't have enough clams to make it worth it, and so they had to back up into mid, wait for more clams to spawn. And that's the struggle of this mode. And instead, now it's Today Is the Best Day, taking on New Situation in the mid ground to try and win this fight.
They've done a pretty good job of it so far. Between the crab tank and some nice positioning there, Shumo was actually able to force a couple of people off and let Grando move up. Nobunaga now joining the party here. They're probably not even going to worry about these chumps. Yeah, let's just move on forward there. That's where the game is to be had. But they weren't able to close out. Can they do it? They do close out Melon. But Magic, that fight took too long. That's what I'm saying here. Rusu, the master of the revenge kill. If a fight takes any longer than it's supposed to, it has taken too long.
Exactly, and Melon probably knew that, and I think that's the experience coming through. We talk about Shuo versus Melon. Who's gonna be the prestiged fighter? Who's gonna be that crazy mechanical shooter player? And the experience might come out on top, as New Situation is already taking it full advantage of this cooler, of this situation. They've got the clams. Here comes the score, and here comes the potential lockout.
2 power clams immediately being tossed into the basket. And now once again, they're still moving around here. They can't quite pin down Ku. Finally are able to. Would love to close this down with no exchange and are able to do so. Melon will take a trip back to the spawn. But that's a pretty solid push. You saw it took them basically 3 minutes to get that first push in, and they were able to make good on that with 2 power clams. You called that out earlier, Magic. Not so easy to score on this map. Now, though, the members of New Situation maybe getting a little fight happy there. I think a couple of those jumps were maybe ill-advised. They gave up a lot of space here to Today is the Best Day. If they're able to get a crab tank out here, survive with this tacticooler, they could really push this forward.
They could really push this forward, but a tacticooler of their own on the side of New Situation. But it's gonna leave them with a couple of fights that they maybe didn't want to take in the first place. Ryukun gonna go down, and this is looking like a great spot for Garando. It's gonna be a couple of steps forward, but the mist from the custom jet squelcher is gonna stop them in their tracks at least a little bit, and they're not gonna be able to step their way forward. Even though they had all the clams, they need to find something. There's 1 minute left of Splat World Championships, and right now, Today is the Best Day. You need to come up huge on this defense.
Now, they did build both of those power clams organically, so they will still have the pity clam that is sitting below their basket as their last resource to send this into overtime. New Situation you see right here, maybe just happy to set up some sort of primitive shell on this side and hit the members of Today is the Best Day as they move forward. Melon using every inch of this stage to try to fight around and wins the fight. Only this guy able to do it, and now there is blood in the water. There is a wipeout on the board. And now they might try to opt to end the game right here. They're certainly going to score a lot of points. And if they stall this out, they might be able to put more in overtime that would end the game if they don't just outright win it with a score of their own.
The dunk doesn't land. I don't know if it was a bad jump or if it was just a bad spot, but that's going to be not an undoable lead on the side of New Situation. They've got the power clams. Yeah, exactly. That's all they need. They've got the cooler up as well. They've got the trip strikes that are going to come through and land. They've got another set. They're going to throw it forward. The mist is going to try and block their path. There's only 10 seconds left to get this one through. They've got a good position on the defense. Ku is going to try and use this one, and it's going to trade out. The Sniper's not going to be able to find anyone, and the specials come through. It's not enough. New Situation able to hold them back in their counter pick that was so smartly thought through, and they take the Splat World Championship 2023 summer. This was a fantastic showing from Melon and them boys.
I mean, them boys. Once again, another fist bump. I mean, this has to be a record of some sort here. I don't know if we'll ever see the same fist bump happen more times than we saw in that set between Ku and Rusu, doing the dirty work and getting the job done there. But what an incredible game. Even at the very end, these two teams were treating us to the drama. That missed dunk, meaning that 2 power clams would have been enough. We say it so often. If you can win the game with a super jump, Clam Blitz changes entirely. Everything is now open on the board for you to try. They tried some misdirection. They tried going different ways, but New Situation held on just long enough to be your Splat World Champion. Another interesting note that I remembered partway through that set, Magic, they are actually the second team with the initials NS to win the Splat World Championship, where Team Nice Shot, also with NS, ended up winning an earlier SWC, the first SWC in Splatoon 3. What an incredible showing, and a congratulations to all the members of New Situation, Melon, Rusu, Ryukun, and Ku, for adding to their already embarrassingly full trophy cabinet.
And it's well deserved, right? To be this consistent, you have to be not only the best, but the best on each day, right? The best during Area Cup, the best during SWC, and then to do that again, and again, and again, just shows you the caliber of these players. It shows you the limits of the game that can be pushed and the ceiling that so many players look towards to reach.
We're going to take a moment here, make sure that everything is as it should be on the back end here. But Magic, we had to miss a couple of these for various work and life reasons. We weren't able to come together for this duo on the commentary side, but this is the greatest joy to be able to do something like this, watch these teams play, and to be able to talk over it and see this in real time. And the exuberance that you hear from Magic and I as Melon comes in from an angle we didn't think was possible. Ryukun takes 3 down. Nobunaga takes 3 consecutive players for a ride. Chikashi fights an entire army and somehow wins. This is genuine. There is such excitement around this game. There is amazement. There is admiration. We are fans of all of this. We hope you are too, and we hope that you enjoy it just as much as we do.
Not a whole lot that I can add to that, but really, it's a joy. It is unfortunate that we haven't had too much of a chance to do this. Obviously, situations arise, things outside of the control, and it's hard to come together. But when we do, it feels great to commentate with you, especially Nine, and also to watch this gameplay and to do it all together in one beautiful day at a bright early morning. And there's nothing quite like it. And I think that sharing this moment with as many people as possible really is the heart of what this all is getting at. It's about sharing these moments. It's about sharing our understanding with people and helping them see exactly why we get so happy, why we love this game so much,
Well, we have a little moment here. I know that there's an interview going on the winner's side. I don't know if we're going to be asked to ask them any questions as we have in the past. If not, but I'm going to go ahead and take some initiative here. Remember the first time that we did this, we were asked to pick an MVP of the tournament. And at the time, we naturally chose Nyagora. There wasn't really another answer to that question. Who do you think the MVP was here? We all love MVP talk and GOAT talk, or maybe we don't and we're just forced to do it because that's what sports media is these days. But I'm curious who you would give it to. We have to give it to the winning team here. I think that's a very fair choice to say.
Yeah.
So which of those 4 monsters are you going to give it to?
How do I pick just one? I mean, legitimately, how do you pick just one? Because Rusu was stellar on that Jet Sculpture. Melon doing his classic Melon thing, obviously. Ryukun opening up some crazy plays with that Nautilus on Tower Inkblot. Like that might have done it for me. I mean, he was already doing great. He was already making good space and making great plays, but that play in particular might have just might swing the vote for me.
So that's, I mean, say it loud and clear here. Who is your MVP?
My MVP is Ryukun, 100%.
Ryukun? All right, excellent. I'm going a different direction, but as you kind of talked around there's an argument to be made for everybody. I'm going to give my MVP of this to Rusu. A lot of nutty moments, of course, from all of these other players. I think that Rusu is the piece that makes this engine work. And that's not to say that Melon needs anything to do what he does or that Ryukun needs any particular player. But when it all works together like this, it generally means that there is some stability. And I said the master of the revenge kill from Rusu. You can even look back in that Museum d'Alfonsino game where I don't know if anybody else in the world but Rusu is going to be painting that zone over the members of Jackbot there. Put so precisely, not a drop of ink wasted to stall that out, to get the other players back and to work it through. To be able to switch between both of the Jet Squelchers and punish in such a fashion with great plays on the objective. My pick does go to Rusu, but you could give it to any of these players and I would not raise a single objection.
Exactly. And that is the mark of a truly amazing team. to be able to deliberate over who should be awarded as the superstar. You know, the fact that we have to have this conversation and it is hard to deliberate means that all of these players are very much at the top of their game, at the top of the game.
Matt, we've been talking for 4.5 hours.
Europe. Yeah, we have.
I mean, how much honey have you dug through for this?
I actually didn't use that much.
Okay.
Just because, like, when I took it, I don't know if you heard at one point, like, my voice kind of got, like, really, like bassy. I think that was because of the honey. So I was like, let me lay off of that just a little bit, because it's definitely not my usual cadence. I was a little bit scared.
Magic suddenly becomes baritone. There we go. Magic 8 baritone.
I would rock that name. Actually, I feel like how much do you sing? I know that we joked about you singing on the broadcast 9, but for conversation's sake,
yes.
How much do you sing?
Not at all. The only time that I sing is some sort of Asian Kung Fu Generation song that involves a lot of just screaming at the top of the lungs. That's really the only type of singing that I do. And it's fun because you really get to test the limits of your vocal range. And it also helps prep me for moments where you just have to reach into the diaphragm and find a new octave when the moment is getting too heated. But I'm not really much of a singer, never have been.
That's fair enough. I was honestly just curious. I always appreciate asking people that, because it's fun to just see if, you know, music is what connects the soul. See if you can take part in that. I'm always curious, because I enjoy singing a good bit.
Well, we have officially reached the bottom of the barrel in terms of how we can stall for this, but we have been fully informed that we can sign off wherever. This is going to be the end of our broadcast. Magic, I'm going to pass it over to you here. Give your final salutations, your accolades. Tell people where they can find you. The floor is yours, my friend.
My Twitter.com handle, I'm not going to say the other thing, is at magic_octo. That is where I'm posting a lot. I'm traditionally a commentator and tournament organizer. You'll see me posting about mainly Splatoon, but also some other games that I'm involved in. But that's really the extent of things as of right now. Big House, the Big House 11 is going to be in October. It's in Detroit. If you want to go to a Splatoon tournament, highly recommend. That's all I got. How about yourself, Nine?
Well, I'll build on that because I noted earlier, this is, I would say, the beginning, the mark of Splatoon's championship season here. We have the North American championships that are going to be around. The European championships won't be far after that. We have Riptide. We have Big House. So, I mean, these next few months for Splatoon should be some of the finest Splatoon that we have seen, to say nothing for the changes that Drizzle season will bring to us as well. And who knows what madness will be released upon us during that portion. But again, you can find me at 9wholegrains in pretty much every social media site that you can find. I'll be doing my thing, talking over the game. And I want to give a big shout out and thanks to DRF here, working the production side of things. DRF, you, well, we won't talk about how much you slept. Can you give me a thumbs up if you are still feeling okay, if you are still alive with us? All right.
That's a thumbs
In
up.
our Discord, we just received a thumbs up. So we got it here. The production team has stayed up and alive. But we're going to go ahead now and sign off for the day. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for the Splat World Championship Summer 2023. And until next time, stay fresh, everyone.